blocked. Z83 lady.
现在是12月14号晚上7点59，提早1分钟开。小乐晚上好。夫人晚上好。今天吃牛啦，牛是什么？牛排吗？是牛排吗？还是吃牛肉面？好久没吃牛肉面。牛是什么？
吃牛仔，哇啦哇啦。
是牛仔，
台主安安。
Berkeley 的晚上好。其实我超担心，我原本今天下班回到家，我超担心不能直播，因为昨天网络很严重，就是会累格，然后有的东西打不开。然后就我靠，该不会如果再搞不定，今天就要再延期了吧？超担心，跟上次一样，就还蛮麻烦的。然后最后是打电话给我最后是打电话给那个总机，就是中华的总机。不是中华，台哥大。月轩晚上好。等一下啊，这打给总机，然后他就说，他就把机台重置，然后可是重置要等5到10分钟，然后重置完之后，网页终于可以开了，就是有 Google 啊、YouTube 啊什么的，可是就还是会有点延迟，就没有像 之前那么的流畅。然后今天下班终于，好，等一下，先喝一口哈。就我喝水没有设 CD 耶，
我就订阅，
感谢你和爸爸的订阅第2个月啊，什么田太太都来了。好的啊。
延期就有光溜溜的工具 W。
不用啊，今天就会有啦，因为昨天跟月雄讲好，来，晚上好，然后再喝一口，等一下。
林雅叔安。
对，我蹦壳怎么没出来？有声音可是没蹦壳。
爸爸。
有嘞！哎呀，快速连点。我不是爸爸。可比晚上好，学长晚上好。大军压境。
嘿呦！
你们这样子就已经把一杯的水喝掉了。等一下，我还在用。先敲烂，干嘛？喝到挂会胖，
工具熊，
正常吗？可能是免费仔。免费仔，晚上好。我是工具熊。然后等等要玩牛仔游戏。现在先跟大家叙述一下昨天发生的事情。真的超怕昨天就今天开不了台。然后后来重置完之后终于可以了，然后今天测网速也都正常。来又按了一次，好再喝，等一下。那么喝水蹦可能水喷在你身上。
工具喝到水中毒，
这也不至于啊。
熊 Andy 扣6瓶。
晚上好。
喷我。
喷你干嘛的？喷你干嘛的？对，刚刚有聊到就是今天会蜜红，蜜红是什么？
喷我。
喷你嘞！然后今天奇有光溜溜工具，今天也会啊，因为昨天跟月雄答应好了。就今天也会，就玩游戏的时候会上。会啊。等下玩游戏嘛，玩游戏就会开了，别紧张。我们可以先 talk， 先聊聊。是说看新闻是不是说有台风啊？还是我看错？是我看错吗？我今天已经忙了一整天。真的一个台风叫雷伊，恐大回旋，哇哦！
有派第2阵风哟。
不排除冷气，哇，那我周末要出去，可能衣服要穿多一点呢。哇！台风，哇！蜜红是什么？蜜红。
Wolf like said 83C。
台风
听起来好像 LOL 的角色，
超像啊！没有雷伊是一个角色，然后他的形象是个台风。我今天的嘴巴好像也特别敏感。反正
是赛尔号吗？
雷伊不是赛尔号吗？我不知道赛尔号是什么。
像是过气赛尔号。
赛尔号是什么？花了 fuck 赛尔号，我查一下是什么。
蜜烘就是班森那个贴图，只是蜜烘是班森专属了 W。
赛尔号是什么鬼？
有年龄的游戏。赛尔号就是摩尔旗下作品。赛尔号不是色情交友网游吗 ？X。
哦，是这个哦，就是
往吕宋岛方向过去，台湾应该没影响。
然后就担心外围环流啊所产生的降雨量。摩尔庄园，你们好了解哦？为什么？等一下，
我神魔抽卡大 boss 怎么办 ？QQ。
你想我什么呢？我不知道，我已经没玩那游戏了。我算是什么的？
我都有玩，小时候超爱玩。
啊？我不知道我第一个玩的游戏就 CS 了，我就注定跟 FPS 缠上了。然后我反而是很后面才。应该说照以前的讲法，应该是阿明晚上好，就照以前讲法是，应该你会先接触宝可梦，就那时候才叫神奇宝贝。乱打。
阿炳安，
就是那时候应该是照来讲，你会先接触神奇宝贝那一类的，因为那时候就是那时候就会有什么 Game Boy 啊什么的，可是在那个时候 Game Boy 真的是有钱小孩才会有，那个贫穷家里根本不会有这种东西。然后红白机我家也没有。然后我是小2有的第一台电脑之后，我才接触 CS 1.6 CS GO。然后那时候就超爱玩。然后我是到后面才接触到，就那时候 GBA 模拟器红了，我才有去接触什么红宝石、蓝宝石啊，什么宝石之类的神奇宝贝、宝可梦。对，然后就发现那游戏不行，我玩了不行，玩不动。
最早听说色情事件是摩尔庄园，因为超级拉姆需要钱，有些小孩被骗去做，大家都知道的。
Oh my god！ 真的很多这种案例耶，就是有些人真的没什么，就是没有钱，就只能透过这种方式，或者是被骗去，然后发生一些事情。再氪更多单20。
爸爸到齐2位了。
爸爸到齐2位哪里？不是林雅吗？你阿明吗？电话越来越靠近。对啊，少一个啊？谁？你说禅风吗？禅风应该在忙吧？禅风应该在忙啦。
兔爸爸呢
兔爸爸在忙啦，在忙。兔爸爸在忙。对哦。然后，刚刚讲到哪？摩尔庄园我真不知道。讲神魔啦。对，刚刚讲神魔。神魔是
爸爸的咖喱看起来超好吃的。
好像是对，应该看起来是蛮好吃的。然后神魔刚开始出我就在玩，然后我就一路玩到1000多天。我几乎，然后他有一次不是有个回顾活动吗？可以看你登入的你开始玩游戏的时间点来看你当时是跟哪几个名人。
什么兔肉咖喱？
兔肉咖喱的。然后我就靠，然后那时候看我跟我一起玩的，跟我同时期玩的，就什么欧小线啊那些，就那算第一期很红的神魔玩家。然后我到1000天后退坑的原因是我抽不到稀有神，我一个稀有神都没中。稀有对，我只有中悟空，然后我就不玩了，我就太觉得这。对啊，可是对啊，就是妲己那时候很夯啊。然后我就一直我就只有一只悟空而已。然后我组的队伍又不是很强的队伍，就我的卡没办法抽到很厉害。我希腊神、北欧神的数量也不多。
我是妲己手抽狗。
你是妲己手，拜拜。我看一下mod 解除。然后我第一批玩起来的队伍，第一批吗？第二批？第一批 第一批玩起来的队伍是女神队，我不知道你们知不知道，就回复力特高的神队。然后后面组起来的是哪队？然后后面组起来等一下，然后后面第二个组起来的是游侠队。然后因为游侠队你放木游放第一个的话，单体伤害很高，然后所以我有很多关卡都靠那个游侠队去打。然后对，可是在那时期就一定会输给就是兽队啊，或者是其他的。等一下，我先喝水啊。
嘿呦！
嗨，大姐头。
木油队蛮好用的。
可是就后面就有一堆神出来啊。
大姐头安安。
就一堆神出来之后，木油游侠队就没有很厉害。
神魔那时候是在玩精灵游侠。
精灵游侠。
83 YM
哎，小三茶哈，晚上好。我没有我本来因为碍于看不懂，我碍于看不懂那个日文，我就没有去玩。我很多游戏都是因为碍于语言，我都会去停住。像东放好了，我也是看不懂日文我就停了。很多游戏只要是看不懂都会去停，可 FPS 就不会，因为只要捡枪打人就好。然后晚上好啊。你怎么召唤的？
爸爸到齐了。
到齐是什么鬼？好，我先喝水。然后如果有看到今天看我发的那个文章，然后就是我那个今天我到家，然后我就问我妈说水壶有水吗？然后我妈就说昨天没有烧，然后就说靠腰，然后我就去便利商店买了这几公升啊，2.2L。
原来召唤是为了吃咖喱吗 ？W。
当然是会吃，很多这边有人说你煮的咖喱好像很好吃。对，然后反正我就买了2.2公升的饮料2罐。然后就可以用，因为我看到前几天
兔不好吃，血统纯正的兔，
我也说，大家还是为了要吃兔肉吗？是这样。这个场景仿佛就是一群人在饥荒，他说怎么办？好饿。他说不然召唤裁缝爸爸好了，然后每个人都拿好刀叉了，这样子。
只是兔咖喱看起来好像很辣，哇了！兔血统不纯正不好吃哦。
兔血统不纯正不好吃，什么？你打开也是克苏鲁吗？不是有的人设定是只要破开或切开。
我是为了把我吃掉吗？
你这让我想到那个日和那个八戒备用粮食，超像的。如果你没有看日和那个搞笑的话，那个八戒就是你想想八戒那个临死之前说了什么话，真的我想到超好笑。
吃残风爸爸要学印度要手手。
要学印度要手手，咬手手还是要手手？印度。哎呦，不知不觉聊了15分了。那我先开游戏好了，等我一下。
某只蓝色兔切开才会有神奇的东西哦。
某只蓝色兔
要学印度用手吃瓜啦。
哦。把游戏过去，然后这可以关掉。有切画面。粉色兔是谁？我只认识粉红色兔。会不会？这场景好酷哦！对啊，蓝色兔是谁？好。 声音会太大吗？
还有黑色兔兔，
我只知道黑色兔兔啊，还有粉红色兔兔，
要自己去寻找到吧。
要自己去寻找。声音会很大声吗？好像还好。
黑色兔兔，还好。我色 W，
好。对红，黄金的解释，等一下。
好色米拉刷啦啦
OK，
啦。
好了。今天答应大家的，等一下。
原来兔兔有那么多只。
对啊，我现在才知道原来兔兔有这么多只。好的。进入游戏。
老鼠好少。
老鼠好少，对耶，我觉得老鼠也蛮少的。我就玩故事吧。
熊熊的弟弟怎么脱了？
啊，就昨天跟月熊答应的啊，就说我昨天就在他台说，你脱的话，我明天也脱啊。他就说好啊，他就脱了。好，我也就脱了。
水啦灌水咯。
水啦灌水咯，好啊。那要什么难度啊？你们要什么难度？
零甲88,484该推广属方受力了。
方受力回报。
04383
等一下，还有单口。没，西部真子不给我选你看，他回答他不给我选，我不知道他发生什么事，还是我只能选困难？对啊，我只能选困难。西部真子我不能选。
Set 83 yes。
那就只能选困难了吗？
跟我一起实况的朋友94老鼠。
哦，是哦。哦，你说那个另外一个朋友是不是跟你一起玩 Day by Day 的那个吗？等一下，还有3口，等一下。
黑老鼠都跟白老鼠色色，好羡慕。
这是什么童话小说吗？我觉得我光喝水就不用游戏开始了。你这样你刚刚点已经把一半喝掉了。突然想先去厕所，还是你先等我？我先去厕所好了。对啊，我先去厕所。拿过来。
一代米康几楼？看喝水喝几楼？上完厕所需要再补充水分。现在知道为啥我设 CP 了，不笑。观众太关心我们的身体健康，月熊熊怎可以设 CP 拉表情大笑顶？ 学自己不开实况就不会喝水喝饱。
回来了，我想一下。
觉得残风爸爸喝的应该不会是水。
我也数了一下去了，上好之后再补充水分，你知道？现在知道为啥我要设系列，我知道啊，比如说不开始。好，对啊。
哦，对了，那是日文一代米那个。
对啊，一代米那个。好，那就直接选困难吧。我也不知道在干嘛。困难会很困难吗？美式漫画。
这次东放圣诞节可以省下什么啦？喝酒吗？完了，那我要这。
你要射。
Don't I know you, sir?
Don't believe so. I haven't been here in many years. Name's Silas Greaves.
Silas Greaves? The bounty hunter?
Used to be.
Ah, what are you doing here in Abilene?
Just passing through. Got a little business to take care of.
Well, sir, it would be an honor if you would allow me to buy you a beer.
Hell, son, it would be my honor to drink it.
I'm Molly. Howdy.
I'm Dwight. That's Jack and Steve. Ben's behind the bar. Oh, I bet you got some great stories.
A couple.
Any of them true?
Jack, be nice.
A few.
What about your shootout with Henry Plummer's gang in Bannock, Montana? Is that where you started as a bounty hunter? That's what it says in this here dime novel.
Don't believe everything you read in them dime novels, boy. First man I hunted was back when I was riding with Billy the Kid.
You knew Billy the Kid?
Damn right. That scrawny son of a bitch had no fear. Wouldn't back down for nobody.
I heard he collected the 10 stars off any crooked lawmen who crossed him.
It was a war, boy. The Lincoln County War. And Billy promised his regulators would take the life of every bastard who helped bushwhack John Tunstall.
Kid had a big chip on his shoulder and a hair-trigger temper. Made him dangerous as hell.
没有限时啊，那时候是免费领取啊。然后我是看上它是 UB 做的游戏，我就拿了。按 Q 再按一颗哦，哇哦，可以有专注模式，子弹时间。看了那些游戏。
It was about 30 years ago. Billy was hiding out in an abandoned farm near Stinking Springs. I threw in with the kid because the man I had sworn vengeance on was riding with Billy's enemies.
灵敏度超高的，笑到我。没有，他灵敏度吓到我了。
But before I tell you why I want that sumbitch dead, let me tell you what happened that day. I was heading back to the hideout when suddenly I had this funny feeling.
Funny, ha-ha?
No, Steve. The other kind of funny.
哦，画面好酷哦！它有种看电影的感觉，我不知道为什么。哇，好多鸟啊！那现在是要我去哪？ 牛。有，现在声音还好吗？音乐还是我还要再调小？按 O 来看当前卧室是什么诡异地方？我只是按 O。
That's not fair. We're missing all the fun.
I knew those two morons would never let me
这样
through.
刚刚好。
I had no choice.
Is he with us?
在期间指他需要什么？哦，杀人有经验，有这个机制在。等一下啊，好，有这机制在就可以就要疯狂打东西了。
Was it Pat
哦，他是
Garrett's
这种
posse?
作论。
Oh, yeah. I heard the shots and I knew I had to move fast. Garrett and his army of deputies had surrounded the entire homestead. I decided to help Billy and the boys out a bit.
荒野大嫖客。
So that's just what I did.
啊，我也觉得他有点练成。这几点可以填充你的专注能力，按 Q 进行专注能力。
As the governor of New Mexico was paying for the kids' apprehension, Garrett was able to hire every gun hand in Lincoln County.
哦哟，为什么他打不死？哦哟，
这游戏又有狗。
不要狗，会不会有人？他很像那个，他这个画风很像那个边缘禁地那种画风，可是又很酷。
荒野大镖客。
为什么打南瓜有经验值？哦，感谢莉亚的5小西天，谢谢。等一下哦，有声音的，可我找不到人。大哥，不要耍戏。现在怎样？
为什么什么游戏都有狗掺歌音？低配版的边缘禁欲。
Garrett's men were running around like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off.
Oh,
你有盾牌？为什么？啊！我升级了，我才开一枪就让我升级，这样还可以在战斗中升级的吗？你取了一个人，看就是用中啊，并购买最左
100毁灭梦想。
哇！感谢彩虹爸爸的100小起点。我先喝水。等下，现在这个东西让我很震惊，为什么可以在边打边提升技能？
Auto CRYYY
啊，怎么了吗？尼亚怎么了？尼亚双持哎，
我有银色盾牌。
银色盾牌。30按滚轮上，你可以按什么10双持？哦，还有第2点可以点吗？没有。
Still, one of them reached the water tower.
啊，行政。
Not a bad idea.
竟然对啊
Would be a turkey
仅
shoot
在
from
你
up
使用的
there.
感应时要躲开子弹，就使用 A 左。 太疯狂了吧！这个
真实西部庞炸。
Luckily, these shooters Garrett hired weren't the sharpest tools in the
双
shed.
向熊熊。
A lot of them were saddle tramps or sod busters or drunken drifters looking to make a few bucks.
W
我觉得这应该是牛仔的直觉吧。等，这个红红的该不会？哦。
Then I heard a friendly voice yelling at me from the window.
对啊。
Back door! We'll cover you! Truth be told, things weren't much better behind the house. I cut their numbers in half, but that just made the ones that were left twice as mad. They made up for their lack of skill with a seemingly endless supply of ammo.
他的爆头要很准的，他爆头要很稳的。不过他可以很开
It was a bit of a slog, but I finally fought my way around the back of the house. And like that, I was inside, none the worse for wear.
还唬烂呢，什么叫一点伤都没有？我都扛那
I
么多麻
passed
子弹
dirty days. And upstairs, I found Billy and Charlie
这个是
Baldry.
友军。
How about that? Huh? You like that?
我想搜刮一下那东西，有去见比利小子，找比利小子。
该很帅气的拿枪边走边开枪射下敌人吗 ？W
就每个人玩法不一样。
Billy looked at me and said, "About time, amigo. Grab a gun and get to the window."
哇，酸动式步
So
枪。
you were friends with Billy the Kid?
Yeah, sort of.
我觉得他在唬烂。
Anyway, we were surrounded by dozens of deputized shooters who wanted to do us harm.
不好意思，你们慢慢打好，我装个子弹好。
I'm telling you, Garrett's men were dropping like flies, but they just kept on coming.
会偏呢，这把枪会偏。
That's when Charlie got hit. They're catching us in a crossfire, shouted Billy. Get to the other side.
听你在唬烂呐！不过它的好
I
处
don't know how many
是
of
装
those
填过程中
cocksuckers I personally put down, but it was pretty clear, even to Billy, that maybe discretion was the better part of valor.
What's that mean?
It means that it was time to cut and run. They got a Gatling, Billy shouted. Get the horses and bring them round back. I'll draw their attention.
对，他有那个爆很烂。有。好，先偷偷升级一下哈。哦，更长的连杀，只要哦。嘿呦！我们4个晚上好，我们在玩西部牛仔游戏。好，喝水了点。你好。
喝水牛仔。
Hey you!
阿姨。
I said that it was time to cut and run. He directed that order at me, and I thought, why the hell do I have to do it?
Those poor sons of bitches!
Many would have fled in my place. But I had that false sense of invincibility that many young men have. Like Jack here.
What are you saying, old man?
Jack, he's just joshing with you now.
Yeah, he better be.
Mr. Graves, please continue.
Please, call me Silas, ma'am. Now, where was I?
You were heading for the barn.
八梯，八爬是什么东东？哦，进站了，阿姨，瓦斯夫人呢？哦，等一下，你太胡乱了。
Making my way past a passel of fallen foes.
最好是可以这样啊。
Sounds like Garrett hired a whole regiment of hired guns.
Yeah, and just when I thought I was done with them, more of these hapless bastards would pop up.
83C。
嘿，让我蹲。
Finally, I had the stables within my reach.
诶，该不会他们也有
After the
经验
fried,
值？
maybe we could treat ourselves to some fried chicken.
达不到3。哎，有南瓜哎。
小心天际省的鸡。
小心天际省的鸡。
And that's when I met Sheriff Pat Garrett.
I read that you went toe-to-toe with him, sir. That backstabbing bastard with that tacked-on tin star.
好，要对决了。你在干嘛？这么智障？日好英俊的笨手笨脚。
You challenged him to a showdown.
You read that in a dime novel?
It said he showed no fear as he took your measure with eyes like a rattlesnake.
宝石使用哦，哎，当对手掏出枪时，按下左键绑住你的武器，然后再用瞄准，然后再射击。
And that you killed him in a fair fight.
Is that what that penny dreadful said? No, boy. That ain't what I meant when I said I met Pat Garrett. So let me start again. I finally reached those damn stables.
然后开始。哎啊！哎，蹦可了。它并不是100%这样瞄是准的，它是要等准心到那个点的时候才可以，对吧？
And stepped inside, and bam! Last thing I heard was Garrett's voice. That's not Billy.
And go on. How did it end?
And, boy, that was just the beginning.
哦，这多少差哦？哦，我再继续点吗？不能，不能继续点。哦，不能笑我，不能笑我准头差。那么你来玩。
So what happened? Did Garrett arrest you?
Yeah, after I came to, the bastard had clocked me with his Colt.
And the kid surrendered?
When he realized there was no getting out of there alive.
So they locked you up in Lincoln?
Indeed they did. Sentenced me to hang right along with the kid.
Now.
It's important to know that I was only riding with Billy so I could find the bastard I was after. He was with John Kinney's gang, and they were sworn enemies of Billy's regulators.
Why were you after him?
I owed that son of a bitch a bullet for what he had done to me and mine. Instead, all I got for myself was a goddamn death sentence. Luckily, it was right around then that I heard Billy make his move. He shot Jim Bell and a few other guards as he made his getaway. Later, they wrote that some lady friend planted a pistol for him in the privy. What the papers didn't say is that Billy helped me escape too. My first order of business was finding a firearm. Luckily, I located Deputy Bob Ollinger's mean-ass shotgun.
哇，下杠了！这标这么帅的，哈哈哈哈，好帅啊！
I saw Billy through the window, and he yelled that I should take to the rooftops to make my escape. So I did.
Anybody see Billy? Son of a bitch shot Jim Bell!
Hell yeah. That scatter gun was like a double-barreled howitzer. It could blow a man clear off his feet. You hardly had to aim the damn thing. The kids escaped, raised a huge ruckus. Guards were everywhere looking for him.
Can't let the kid get away. Anybody see him?
I had to jump from roof to roof like a damn alley cat. I followed the planks where I could, but some of that wood was slippery as hell. The whole town was up in arms. And suddenly, I was a fugitive.
How the hell did the kid escape? Garrett's gonna kick our ass! Can't have gotten far. Gotta be around here somewhere.
老哥安
Billy
安
broke
啊
out！of jail.
嗨，首长安呐。
So that bastard you were after, what did he do?
He did me and my family a grievous harm. But I knew if I was ever going to find him, I would need to get my ever-loving ass out of there. I tried to be stealthy and sneak my way past.
是昨天跟另一位朋友，好，然后就昨天跟另一位朋友约雄就说，他昨天如果脱衣的话，我今天也脱衣啊。那是我看得去。
表情大笑的。奶子。
啊。
But hell, if they weren't all waiting for me. Apparently, some of them thought I was Billy.
说游戏好像有
说游戏刷到大声哦，对啊，会啊，要不然我再调啊。
越熊市的多多跟工具熊约定 W。
See, me and the kid shared a certain similarity in build and color.
教主会帮你们多弄一点。
I was just glad I had Deputy Bob's mean-ass shotgun.
教主会帮你多投点福利。教主，你是什么手势？你是怎么神教吗？
So much lead was whizzing by my head, it was like everyone in Lincoln wanted to put me in the ground. I knew I needed to find a horse. Though I never did have a great fondness for those four-legged grass eaters. Smelly, sweaty, ungrateful beasts. We prize them too high, if you ask me.
对，叶熊你是什么教？他有时候会让我想说往哪里走。
But where was the kid while you were busy getting shot at?
Gone. And that's when it occurred to me why Billy set me free.
越熊教人
So I could be a hapless decoy and draw attention while he snuck out of town. I knew if I made it out of there in one piece, no one would put a price on my head.
Because everybody in Lincoln would be dead?
No, because they all thought I was Billy. And all that blame would fall on him. Meanwhile, Deputy Bob Ollinger was organizing a posse to put me down. He was already a mean son of a bitch, but he was doubly pissed that I stole his mean-ass shotgun. Anyway, it was me or them, and the only way forward led me straight to perdition. But the cards were dealt, and I had no choice but to play them.
什么吉利？
福利犬，说福利贝尔。
熊福利，熊福利等等。
Finally, I found what I was looking for. The stables on the edge of town.
应该没东西了。
I guess Billy saved your ass, taking out Bob Ollinger the way he did.
Billy didn't kill Bob.
Sure he did. He dispatched him right after he shot Deputy Bell.
No, sir. Because Bob came right up behind me, angry as hell that Billy had lit out. "Hello, Bob," I said. "I think you better let me go." And he says, "I don't think so, boy. Not with my shotgun." So we stood there in the middle of the street, eyeball to eyeball. He intended to kill me, and I knew I had no choice but to defend myself.
使用 A 调整你手位置，以方便更快速跳枪。当你听到心跳声，你可以先爬墙，但是，对，好快！我还在听那个心跳声，到底是什么鬼？
哇了，为了荣誉，死了。为了不了可死去。
Oh,
I killed him in a fair fight. Everybody saw I had no damn choice.
哦，这对决好难抓啊！要调手
Lincoln got
又
a
要
mite
调。
depopulated that day. Pat Garrett gunned down Billy 3 months later, so his escape was all for naught anyway.
OK， 哎，等一下有人叫我，我妈叫我忙一下，等一下，我先离开一下。快了，快了！哎，956%有提升，有提升。只是那个速度得怎么抓啊？有没有那个练习模式可以练这个东东
？So where'd you go after Lincoln?
Mexico. Until I realized nobody was looking for me. I ended up taking a job at the Rurales.
The Mexican Rurales?
I was hired to help them track down the cowboys.
The most vicious outlaw gang in Cochise County? Curly Bill Brocious? Johnny Ringo?
Led by old man Clanton himself.
They must have paid you a pretty penny to take them hombres on.
Not really. But truth be told, I had my own reasons for going after those boys.
哦，你看，我把这边声音再调一下。
So was the bastard you were after now riding with the cowboys?
Roscoe Bob Bryant was his name.
Oh.
But no, this time it was a different bastard I was after. The aforementioned Mr. Ringo. And yes, he was working for old man Clanton.
哦，没有声音了。
I came upon them robbing a stagecoach, which wasn't surprising, being they were such murderous thieves and bastards. The bandits wore red scarves, so I knew they worked for the old man.
Over there!
I did my best to help those poor passengers. Moments later, the attackers were dead, and I checked the stagecoach to see how many passengers were still breathing. None. It was then I wondered if the rocks weren't hiding more bandits. Was that all of them? Or did I just hit the rear guard?
Oh.
I quickly got my answer. They attacked from on high like Apaches often did. They would appear in great numbers from above and rain down lead on their hapless enemies' heads, making use of the high ground and whatever else they had. Yep, the Apaches always appeared out of nowhere, and there never seemed to be an end to them.
Hold on. Were you attacked by Apaches? What happened to the cowboys?
Did I say they were Apaches? I said Clanton's cowboys attacked me Apache style. I was in a pitched battle, but I was holding my own against an overwhelming enemy force. See, at the time, I was still pretty green and would often blunder into regrettable situations. But I just kept shooting at anything I could see up in those damn rocks. I didn't see Ringo, but I knew he was with the cowboys.
啊！我猜错了，我想说他子弹会从哪边来，猜错了。
See, at the time, I was still pretty green and would often blunder into regrettable situations. But I just kept shooting at anything I could see up in those damn rocks. I didn't see Ringo, but I knew he was with the cowboys. He and Roscoe Bob had done me a dreadful wrong, and I was determined to have my revenge. But to get to Ringo, I knew I'd have to fight my way past these other assholes first. Unfortunately, I was running out of ammo. Another perfect example of my relative inexperience as a hunter of men.
怎么突然 slow motion 下来了？
I immediately knew that a tactical retreat was called for, as my vengeful fury was much less impressive without the bullets to back it up. Finally, they managed to corner me.
哇，这也太激战了吧！感觉这里不快速开枪会死人。
Finally, they managed to corner me. Trapped as I was, the odds of my survival seemed pretty slim. Luckily, serendipity was on my side as I suddenly spotted a way out of my predicament.
打小啊！屁呀！你在放狗屁是不是？直接一个石头移开是怎样？
I ran ahead as if the devil himself was after me. Bullets were whizzing by my ears, but I wasn't about to roll over and die. I just kept running like there was no tomorrow. Because there wouldn't be if Clanton and his men caught up with me. As I was scurrying around those caves, I thought, what was I thinking? Going up against a gang like this?
因为我没子弹的。
They were hunting me like I was game. And I swear to God, that's how I felt. I just kept running, not knowing where the hell I was going.
哇，超白痴的嘿！哎，会打到梅子的哪招？哦，别再打啦，很痛啊！啊，摔这个也会受伤哪招？
And that's when something miraculous happened.
啊，这小
Like manna from heaven. I found the desiccated remains of what looked like an Apache warrior. The old weapon next to him supplied me with some much-needed ammunition.
对啊，因为他真的太胡乱了，我先点技能。有点让我觉得太胡乱了，三小。抓紧时间。
Bat Masterson once told me it was more important to be lucky than good, and he would know.
感谢什么 info Christine 吗？是吗？现在感谢追随。
And imagine my surprise when I found a fistful of dynamite to go along with that ammo. That stroke of good fortune evened the odds and bolstered my confidence. It was time to turn the tables. Time for the prey to become the predator. Time for the hunted to become the hunter. Time.
All right, Jesus, we get it. They were right where you wanted them.
That's right, Jack. I was done running, and the old man's boys were not expecting that. No, sir. I came at them like a wildcat. My fury knew no bounds. It was finally time for that old man to pay for his sins.
不让我打了，暴躁，坏脾气，卑鄙无耻，什么鬼？老男人克兰顿。
I yelled out at the top of my lungs, Clanton, I'm coming for you! A little stealth might have made more sense, to be perfectly honest. Because that old fool had a Gatling gun and enough bullets to last him till kingdom come. But I knew I could not let that deter me. Not if I was to find and kill Ringo. I needed to get that old man off that gun.
那天我走一下，就是昨天去在月球那边答应的啊。他要是昨天脱衣服，今天就换我脱啊。啊，他要是昨天把衣服脱了，我今天也要跟着脱。嗯。哇，还跳太大，这感觉就要渐进式靠近他。不能冲太快。嗯。
是熊帮主跟月熊教主的福利那么嗨的吗？
那么嗨的吗？还好吧。
爱你们。
哦。对，爱观众们。
Let me tell you, that was the longest uphill climb of my entire damn life. Well, one of the longest. There was that one time I was pursuing Frank James, Jesse James's brother.
Jesse James?
Perhaps we could talk about that one later. Now, where was I? Right. I had old man Clanton in my sights. Most everyone thought it was the Ruales who had come up against him in Guadalupe Canyon, but it was just me.
我跟他打。哦呦，好猛，好凶哦！哦，都失败哎。啊！在调皮啊！我调皮过头了。哎，竟然要不用重跑，真好。啊！忘记还有2个小兵在。哦，快点出去！
月熊画的那套衣服真的不错看，感觉可以穿 double。为爱才会疯。
哦。哎呦，他好凶哦！了不起就2发而已，可以啊，再3发应该就挂了。
Apparently, one of the cowboys made it out of there alive and told Ike and Billy Clanton that it wasn't a Mexican who took their father's life that day. They just assumed it was one of the Earps, and that little misunderstanding eventually led to that legendary gunfight at the Old K Corral.
穿后卖，你说什么？你说请月熊做一套日月神教的衣服？ 些熊熊叫衣服。可是这样子的话，应该很吃成本吧？这样要做衣服了。
A few weeks after that dust-up at the OK Corral, I was still after Johnny Ringo. I had tracked him and the cowboys to their hideout at a sawmill, and they were loaded for bear.
So, what exactly did Johnny Ringo do to piss you off?
Well, him and that other bastard.
Roscoe Bob Bryant?
Yep. They both deserve to die, and I promise I'll tell you why. But first I need to tell you about the Cowboys' new boss, Curly Bill Brocious.
Herb's coming! Get ready, boys.
Curly Bill took charge of the Cowboys upon the old man's demise, and after that gunfight at the OK Corral, the Clantons wanted revenge. So they murdered Morgan Earp and grievously wounded his older brother, Virgil.
除非有必要吧，要不然真的不会是会无缘无故购买的衣物啊。
Wyatt and Doc went on what became known as the Vendetta Ride, hunting those outlaws down. So when I showed up, that's who they thought I was. There were killers around every corner, all wearing red bandanas. That's how the Cowboys identified each other, and I was beginning to wish I had one myself. But I wasn't about to let Ringo walk away unscathed, and that's what drove me forward.
你有什么原味外套吗？
听说还能卖熊熊洗澡水。
不要吧。
They say that Ringo was infernally fast.
I hardly saw anyone faster, boy. Certainly not Wyatt Earp. That man was all hat and no cap.
一个话题啊，我说热潮讲话题。
Earp wasn't much of a match for him, but Doc Holliday might have taken him.
That lunger should have kept his nose out of it. They never charged anyone for the murder of Morgan Earp.
But everybody knew that Curly shot him in the back. That was common knowledge.
Yeah, maybe so. But Ringo had nothing to do with it. He was just being loyal to a friend.
Is that what you call it? Being loyal? Well, to get to that loyal friend, I had to pass by some buzzsaws as big as a man.
Excuse me, sir. I have a question.
What's that, Dwight?
After old man Clanton died, why didn't his son take over the Cowboys?
Because Ike Clanton was dumber than a box of rocks and a yellow belly to boot.
好，等一下。等一下。
Now, where was I?
Taking down the entire cowboy gang single-handed.
Indeed I was, Jack. Though it wasn't easy, as those boys had good cover.
这也要问夫人吧？这也不是说卖就卖吧？哦，这是散弹枪的哦，难怪。
You bastard! Sorry, son of a bitch! And I thought I was cool. That just killed Red?
学被这样射都不会。
对啊，我在想真实牛仔应该这样射就是死了。
There were carts everywhere, piles of lumber, and God knows what else for people to hide
被炸
behind.
弹搞定一切。
That really was one hell of a sawmill. Quite an impressive operation.
他都说这是他的传奇故事了，那我们也真信了。
And where was Curly Bill? Did you see him?
I'm about to get to that, Ben. Patience. I'm painting a picture here. There was this beautiful waterfall and a crystal clear stream that led to a verdant valley that was truly...
Consider your picture painted. What happened next?
Well, finally the bastards that were still alive made a last stand. Curly Bill, Johnny Ringo, and his compadres took off into the lumber yard, and I followed after.
晚安哟。
哎，阿 Q 晚上好，晚上好，小月晚上好。尝试，哇，双枪仔，哦，又是对决时刻。
都自带复活了，受伤只是小事而已。
哦呦
Are you saying they ran? Cowardice was not in Ringo nor Curly Bill's nature.
No, sir. I never said they were running scared. They just wanted me out in the open.
Time to dance with the devil! That sumbitch! Vibrator done!
就看到逻辑工具太刺激了吧？
哎，哈哈哈，紧张不了。 这样太刺激了，还好啦，还好啦。
牛仔硬靠
福利熊福利。
哦，
超嗨！
感谢视频的50元欧付宝。哎，你下班了？哎。对洗今天没上班。
公寓484需要在地下贴个独立原因 W。
再贴什么？贴一个独立原因 IR。独立原因啊，
右边，
哎，好久没做，因为我担心乱丢这个会乱弹，因为我也不确定它实际位置在哪。哎，有用吗？因为现在后面还有其他小兵。
睡前吃喝酒会提到色色梦。
Brocious gave me no choice but to take his life, but Ringo was nowhere to be found.
I knew you didn't kill Ringo, because he was found dead in a different location altogether.
To this day, his killer is still unknown.
Indeed. Took me a few months before I finally tracked his ass to West Turkey Creek Canyon.
所以我很担心他真实西部模式是什么？真实西部是一枪就毙了，是不是？那就是叫玩身法。下一个接管中了一枪，什么鬼啊？
会玩2周目吗？
不知道哎，我不确定他游戏时长多久。
Sir, I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
差一点啊！手速为什么那么慢？更快速比掏枪。好，再抓那个左右 AD 到底要干嘛
？That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
哥们呢？那484，下次要玩《荒野大表哥2》了。
哦，行了。
Sorry I had to ruin the legend for you, boy. But the legend ain't always true. Doc Holliday had nothing to do with the death of Johnny Ringo.
是有个眼镜的。游戏其实我觉得很紧凑。
I was paid a healthy bounty for Ringo and Curly Bill, and realized there was real money to be made. That's why I went after Henry Plummer.
Now, wasn't he the sheriff who augmented his income by shaking down miners and robbing gold shipments?
That's the one.
Oh, yeah, I remember him. He ran that gang of thieving outlaws called the Innocents.
So it's true that you went toe-to-toe with him?
Indeed I did, son. Indeed I did. I knew I needed resources if I was going to track down Roscoe Bob Bryant, and hunting Plummer looked like a good way to get rich quick. As the local vigilantes exposed him as the leader of the bandits, and put a generous price on his head. Plummer rallied his gang to plunder one last gold mine before making their escape, and that's where I thought I'd find him.
It makes me nervous standing so close to all these goddamn
难
barrels.
怪夏娃吃苹果后会出事情，沦
No
谷
one has
灵
the
谷。
cojones to come after us. As long as you don't light up a cigar, we're fine.
Yeah, besides, George is up there on the rocks with that rifle of his. Nothing gets past him.
Yeah? Who the hell is that?
As my late father pointed out to me more than once, God made men, but Samuel Colt made them equal. I knew that dynamite wasn't mine, so I decided the polite thing would be to return it. It was the biggest gold rush since Sutter's Mill in '48. Unfortunately, prospectors weren't the only ones drawn to those riches. There were thieves and killers, robbing travelers and hijacking gold shipments. Like those that ran with Plummer. Some were just regular folks I knew from town, drawn by greed and easy pickings. Charlie Crow, the blacksmith. James, who worked in the stable. Sam and Jeremiah Barber, the butcher's sons.
我怕今晚会梦到工具。
Ordinary citizens who lived a double life.
我怕这样
边吃苹果边看兽人推特可以小声。
什么东东啊？
Stealing and thieving and murdering their neighbors.
求骑兵。哦呦，帅！哦呦，他们的枪更特别。
Of course, the rest were veterans of the Civil War. Stone-cold killers trained on the bloody fields of Shiloh and Antietam. Plummer had a lot of men on his payroll. A hell of a lot. That son of a bitch pretended to protect the public with one hand while stealing them blind with the other. He set up a defensive perimeter which I had no idea how to breach. Dangerous, desperate individuals. I was outnumbered and in way over my head, but I was too damn stubborn and stupid to realize it. They must have thought I was touched. Or had some kind of death wish, seeing as there were barrels of gunpowder everywhere.
哦，冬瓜有赠送地页哦。
One stray bullet, one stray spark, and I'd be blown to hell and gone. I thought I was some kind of hero. I finally made it past and headed on to meet my destiny.
他之前送的我续订。
But first, I had something I needed to figure out. I had a few ideas on how to get into that mine, but once I made my decision, I knew there was no turning back. So my first thought was to enter the nearest mine portal. I saw an entrance. Made sense.
什么鬼啊？这什么鬼？
It was the quickest way in, but that also made it
故事
more
讲一讲
dangerous,
就一条路了。
as there would undoubtedly be enemy pickets posted along the way. Besides, once you enter a mine like that, it's easy to get all turned around. Some of those shafts could be as deep as hell. A single stumble or misstep can easily end in a deadly plunge to oblivion.
You ain't beefing me.
有跌落伤害，哇啦哇啦。
对啊，现在是要想办法上去，是不是？
Quick reflexes often make up for a lack of common sense. Luckily, I was never one to be easily bushwhacked.
我还想说那是什么？这一股脑给我冲过来。
I would just need to be careful not to blow myself to kingdom come.
矿车便当，我喝一口水再去厕所。一直跑厕所。好，我去厕所。快点嘞！我已经开第二罐了。
With all that gunpowder and dynamite everywhere, a body has to know what he's shooting at. All it takes is one tiny spark, and boom.
那我已经点到旁边的。
One wrong bullet could have turned that mine into a dad-blasted tomb. I freely admit that my plan of attack was not just moronic, but clearly insane. It's a good thing that I abandoned that ridiculous plan before I even tried it. Instead, I spotted a ladder, a way into the mine from the opposite side.
哎，真笑哎！原来这是他去做另外一个故事哦。
从天而降的矿车，
就他给我
It was
直
a
销那个
long
是
way
必死
around,
的
but。that approach seemed more sensible at the time. Of course, being I had a problem with heights, that scaffolding scared the bejesus out of me. Climbing down that ladder required some caution.
哦，这角色有啊。
Because even though I had a younger man's reflexes, no man can dodge a damn bullet while climbing down a rickety ladder. I needed to make a leap of faith, which ain't easy when you're suspended between heaven and hell. I was determined not to give up.
No. 哦，还好没事。
As Sheriff Plummer seemed quite the despicable character. When the vigilantes discovered what the sheriff was up to, people were outraged. That 10,000 they put on his head would go a long way to helping me find old Bob. And I had made it my mission to settle that score come hell or high water. But first, I would have to make a choice. Take the elevator or climb the ladder. I picked the more convenient and more dangerous route.
Ooh. 是要这爬过去吗？啊，我有点。
这电梯场景让我想到恶灵古堡死光了。
对啊。
自带超好玩。
Plummer was a mad dog killer, and the people of Nevada City deserved better.
Nevada City? Well, I thought Plummer met his maker in Bannock, Montana.
Right, well, he was the sheriff of both places at one time or another, but that's neither here nor there. The point was, taking him down would save a lot of lives, including my own.
其实我们好起来走这。
薪水很高的你 on W。
薪水很高的你。好了，下去。要不要来对决吧？警官、不法分子、无赖。所以我要接他。
Henry Plummer was clearly unhinged, and I could see right away that this was going to take some doing.
Ah, 拿回二只怎么有点帅？中二。因为我发现主角蛮耐打的。哎呀，这枪没有我想象中那么准。他准心还要等他定位才可以。 哎，看我不行，我觉得一定要拿左轮打会比较好。也是双管的。
So that's how Henry Plummer died. Him and his crew were worth their weight in gold. And now, I was officially a bounty hunter.
帮我做田庄，不要错过任何田庄哦。哦，直接解锁哎！哦。
So, did you finally go after that Bob feller?
Well, I heard word he was in Kansas with John Wesley Hardin. So that's where I went.
Where in Kansas?
Abilene. Why do you ask, Ben?
No reason.
Was Hardin as fast as Ringo?
Ringo was fast, but John Wesley was as fast as the devil himself. Hell, he killed his first man at 15. From that day forward, he had a price on his head and wouldn't back down for nobody, not even Wild Bill Hickok himself. I dodged death many a time, and that night in Abilene was no different. I was there with the intention of finding that bastard Bob and collecting the bounty on John Wesley.
I thought the Texas Rangers got Hardin.
Yeah, that's what they want you to believe. It was cold in a witch's tit and a brass bra that night as I fought my way past his loyal compadres. To the very same saloon we're sitting in today. Look around and imagine this place painted in blood. Hardin was waiting for me, and...
Oh. Wow.
Wait, I'm jumping the gun here. Let me back up and give you some background on this son of a bitch. He deserves that much. Don't you think so, Ben? John Wesley Hardin was a killer. By the end, he confessed to taking the lives of 42 men. Fathers and husbands, brothers and sons, men with families who cared about them. He was a bona fide folk hero by then, and had amassed a gang of armed miscreants and other assorted thugs. He and his men set up camp outside of town, and I was hoping Bob was among them. They didn't ask why I was there. They knew, as most of them were wanted as well. I figured Hardin was here somewhere, but to get to him, I'd have to get past his gun hands. I had to spill a lot of blood to find out Hardin wasn't in that camp. He was carousing in town with his closest friends. Hardin's boys apparently didn't want me to reach the Bull's Head. Some were hightailing it into town to inform their jefe of my unwelcome presence.
Let the boys know we got another law dog. You bastard!
I wondered if Bob was among them.
哦，会唱。好。
And I steeled myself for the fight ahead. For as good as I was, deep down I wondered if John Wesley wasn't just a little bit better.
哦，所以我就来到这里，是不是？
Before I could test my mettle against Hardin, however, I would first need to dispatch his cadre of hired killers. Most of these degenerates were beyond redemption, but John Wesley might have been a different story. I didn't learn until later that that night was in fact his birthday celebration.
这把枪射速很快，可是杀伤力不高。
I think I already mentioned that I found Hardin in this very saloon. Suffice it to say, nobody there was happy to see me.
场面一阵混乱，就到了。
In fact, I felt a certain hostility.
Hey.
I was disappointed that neither Bob nor John Wesley were among the dead.
越来越准了，没有啊，这把枪很神，这好像就是我想象中那种样子。等一下哦，我这个互动图好像会跑掉了。好了，这把枪比较威，不是我很威，是这把枪很威。
But that was short-lived. As a moment later, I was facing down the fastest gun in the West.
15岁第一次杀人，以后还杀了40个人，哇靠，哈丁欸，好凶哦。
I felt a bolt of adrenaline. Or maybe that was fear. He was well known for his tricks, and I knew I'd need my own if I was ever to defeat him. No, wait! You didn't hit me then. I'm sure of it.
好快哦，好快哦！好快哦！我靠！
看到这差点错过这款的限免了 Z83C。
等一下，他这跟我讲玩下去没有用啊，所以等于这边已经是必死一次啊。哇，错了！哇，要赌欸，要赌他子弹往哪飞耶！哇，太快了！我太快摆回来了，太快，我太快把自己摆正了。哦，好刺激哦，这个。哦，这样才有对决的感觉。
That man was faster than greased lightning. But being inebriated as he was, he didn't count his shots. And now, he was at my mercy.
所以我打到了没，大哥？
So he didn't die?
No, I sent him to prison. Years later, after he was free, some restless avenger took his life. Shot him in the back in a saloon just like this one. Anybody up for another beer?
我算通过了吗？啊？我算通过了吗？什么鬼？我先喝水。
Thank you, darling. Yeah, some say revenge is a dish best served cold.
So whatever happened to that Bob guy you were after?
Personally, I'd like to hear some of your other adventures. Like, I don't know, do you ever go toe-to-toe with a red man?
Yes, I did, Ben. I remember once I was after this renegade Apache, Grey Wolf. Strangely enough, revenge was also his primary motivation.
动机也是复仇，所以我们要跟印第安人打架。
A bounty was put on Grey Wolf's head, and that's how I came to hunt him in the mountains. Mountains so high they tickled the nether regions of heaven. Grey Wolf was a Chiricahua Apache medicine man who had led a war party in revenge for a massacre against his people. The U.S. Army had attacked his tribe during his daughter's sacred sunrise ceremony, and the slaughter was unspeakable. I understood his anger, as there's nothing more traumatic than seeing those you love die in a cruel and painful death. Right from the beginning, I couldn't shake the feeling that Grey Wolf was watching my every move. He led a band of young Apache warriors who wanted retribution and were more than willing to die for him.
我总就觉得这边一定会有东西啊。这边怎么又有把猎枪？可是它不能剑。
They saw me before I saw them. And it crossed my mind that maybe this wasn't such a good idea. But now that the shooting had started, there was no backing down.
哇！看不到后面那个，我眼睛瞎了，我看不到后面那个人。
They saw me before I saw them.
Eh? 这么快？我不是要倒一个了吗？应该还剩一个才对啊。还是那个人开了什么神奇的枪？那我这么快就倒了。
They saw me before I saw them. It was rugged country, the winter home of the Chiricahuas, and that's why they had retreated there.
哦，吓死我！
I admit to having some regrets about going after them the way I did. But then again, I got a lot of those.
我觉得保护色超好哎，我都我都要看很仔细。
水还够吗？
够啊，还够啊。
Did you find Grey Wolf?
Not at that moment, but I did find the entrance to their hideout. A deep crevice that led to a deeper cave.
Don't tell me you went in there.
Yeah, but it's not out of bravery so much as pure, angry cussedness.
Oh.
'See, back then, I had a stubborn streak a mile wide, and I wasn't about to back down.
So it was like pitch black in there?
Actually, it was pretty well lit, as they had torches on the walls.
哦，这个地形也太神奇了吧！
How big was his cave?
Big as hell, Ben. Chiricahua had hid out there during the Indian Wars.
Hey, 神法仔！
They thought it was haunted with the ghosts of those murdered by the horse soldiers.
The cave was haunted with dead Indian ghosts?
To be honest, I was more concerned with the live ones than the dead ones.
主播早安。
哎，你其实也不早啊，还是睡一下吧，安安。我现在就在当牛仔。 好，好，哇，我还要边喝水边开枪哎！
How come you know so much about engines?
A few years back, I was married to 2 Mescalero women.
At the same time?
Yeah, they were sisters. Polygyny is traditional among the Mescalero.
So what happened?
Oh, I had to get out of there. Those girls never shut up. Both of them nagging at me all the time. Drove me half crazy. Haven't seen them since.
No, I mean, what happened with Grey Wolf?
Oh, well, I pursued him into the Cave of Death. I came upon this flooded grotto, and that's when I saw him. He came to me unarmed and unafraid. His voice echoed in the shadows, and I sensed he meant me no harm.
You carry great darkness in your heart, and if you do not release it, it will claim your soul.
The sound of his voice put some kind of ancient Indian spell on me. As his story unfolded in my mind.
You will come to this place again and kill many more men, and the darkness will grow until it consumes everything that you are. The soul would have no rainbow if the eye had no tears.
He said I was a great warrior, a coyote man, unequaled by any other pale-faced warrior, or something like that.
The snakes will bite shadows of your past until a venom poisons your heart, and an echo of the song of the dead summons the spirits deep from within the mountains.
I didn't quite get what he was saying, but there was definitely snakes. And indeed, his warriors surrounded me and attacked me like hungry wolverines. They couldn't stop me, though, and Grey Wolf wasn't in the mood for idle talk. I swear I couldn't see any way out of this trap. But suddenly, one just appeared. Kind of like a miracle.
该不会有品牌故长露出来吧？我就知道。
I felt like I would be lost in that damn cave forever. Finally, I found myself back outside, perched on the edge of a precipice, overlooking a thundering whitewater river. To get where I was going required several leaps of faith, but no way in hell I was turning back. I chased after him, determined to make him explain the meaning of all that mumbo-jumbo.
Mumbo-jumbo is right. Are you making this all up as you go?
河水会杀人啊！公平啊！河水会杀人啊！
遇水融化。
对对。等一下哦。
There were dozens of Apache warriors aiming at me from on high.
Dozens?
Well, maybe not dozens, but there was a lot of them.
At least 3 or 4.
Well, more than that, little lady. I had a steep climb up creek ahead of me and scrambled up those rocks like a mountain goat.
没子弹啦！等下我先喝水。黄金步枪。
I had a steep climb up creek ahead of me and scrambled up those rocks like a mountain goat. I was determined to locate Grey Wolf and find out exactly what the hell he was trying to tell me. And wouldn't you know it, that crafty son of a bitch led me right into a trap.
What kind of trap?
Well, son, there had to be at least 100 Apaches surrounding me.
100?
God be my witness.
Oh, come on. Who you kidding?
Hey, I believe you. Come on, tell us how it ended.
All right, but I'm not gonna drag this out. Where were we?
You were surrounded by 100 Apache warriors.
Well, I didn't take the time to count them exactly, but there were a lot of them. And in the end, a path appeared before me that I had not seen before.
So good.
I followed it as I desperately needed to find out what Grey Wolf was trying to tell me. But it was like that son of a bitch disappeared into thin air. Never did find him. And never did collect my goddamn bounty. Thank you, darling. It's interesting how the truth can sometimes seem might malleable, depending upon your point of view.
Like how those dime novels make you out to be something you're not?
Jack, don't be starting trouble.
No, he's right. They do tend to exaggerate.
Did they exaggerate your part in taking down the Daltons?
Well, I was there in the flesh, boy, so I saw what happened firsthand. Those Daltons were lawmen once, before they all went bad, robbing banks and trains clear across the territory. Until Coffeeville, of course. I was one of the citizens who took up arms that day.
Fighting on the side of the right?
I did my best, sir. We all did.
Whoa.
It was early morning. One of my friends was a local gunsmith, and he handed out firearms to anybody who'd take one. You see, the Daltons got it in their heads to rob 2 banks at the same time. 2 banks on the same damn street. Story was Bob Dalton's girl was always writing him about how he had no ambition. Oh, you're nobody next to Jesse James, she'd say. Finally, the bastard took his brothers to Coffeeville just to shut her up. Well, the locals recognized the Daltons right off. Before they could get away, half the town took up arms to defend their property.
Thank you.
The brothers paid dearly for their stupidity, but everybody knows they had it coming.
There's more to it than that. I read all about that day, so I know for a fact that it went down very differently. First of all, it was high noon. A posse of U.S. deputy marshals were on the rooftop across the street.
Get ready, boys.
They're gonna make a move.
The lawmen had been tracking the Daltons for months, and now they finally had them dead to rights. Among them was a bounty hunter feared by many a lawbreaker. The marshals tried to get the Daltons to surrender.
They'll give up eventually.
But this bounty hunter knew that the brothers were far too proud to ever lay down their guns. So he went in there alone to confront those criminals. One of the marshals shouted, "Where are you going? Are you crazy?"
Hey, where do you think you're going, dumbass? That rifle's mine.
He saw a way to get around to the back of the bank. Then he figured out how to hit the Daltons from a direction they weren't expecting. From above. Fortunately, a water tower was right there. A moment later, he was climbing up a steep ladder, laughing at danger as he did. It was brave men like him who risked their lives to tame this wild country.
We've got company.
Heroic men like him, who did what other men couldn't or wouldn't to make this country free.
Is that Silas Greaves?
Jim Booth and Davy Crockett, who died defending the Alamo.
That's right. Run! Come on, kill him! Over there! That's Silas Greaves. What the hell?
Blam! Blam! He came away victorious, taking down those thieving Daltons. His name was Silas Greaves, and when the dust finally settled, he was the last man standing.
Sorry, kid, but that just wasn't the way it happened.
然后再一次哦，你们两个。
It was early evening, not high noon. The Daltons blew up a safe and were all set to hightail it out of there. Those pathetic deputies surrounding the bank were dropping like flies. I had been tracking those jokers for months, waiting for them to do something reckless. And finally, they did. Those stupid bastards decided to rob 2 banks at the same time in the same town where everybody knew them. But they still had friends in Coffeyville. And those friends came after me like a pack of wild dogs, tooth and nail. They were coming at me from all directions. I caught sight of the Daltons running with the money and didn't want to lose it. Problem was, they knew the town better than I did. And to top it off, I found myself in the middle of another shootout entirely.
Did the Daltons hole up in somebody's house?
No, it was the Smiths, I believe. They were cousins of the Daltons, and they were shooting at the Browns, who were shooting at the Daltons, which wasn't any surprise, because those 2 families have been feuding forever. And since the Joneses are related to the Browns, they shot at the Smiths. pissing off the Heimhoffers, whose daughter recently married a Smith. Well, bullets were flying every which way as all the old feuds in Kansas caught fire all at once. The Dalton boys knew I would never give up. Those Daltons weren't the sharpest knives in the drawer, but they always stood together. They set a trap to slow me down and allow at least 2 of them to escape. The third brother stayed behind to plant me, just in case that trap of theirs didn't work. It was Emmett, the youngest, and he decided to stand his ground and face me down.
I ain't afraid of you, Silas Reeves. This is where it ends.
He was determined to protect his brothers, and I understood how he felt. Taking me on all by his lonesome wasn't exactly a recipe for a long life.
But Emmett Dalton survived the robbery in Coffeyville. He's the only Dalton who did.
They say he was shot 23 times.
Well, Dwight, who do you think put all those damn holes in him? But I have to admit, that boy had grit.
命中率最高竟然这一关，68，到底要怎么100%命中啊？这等于是你瞄到底之后再打。可是这个最近的枪很神奇，它不是它落点不是在你铁瞄上面。
It took me a couple of days to track the Daltons down.
They can't get away with this.
And in that time, a whole posse of local vigilantes offered to lend a hand.
We'll track them to the ends of the earth.
They seemed as determined as me to find those outlaws. But as we headed into those swamps, it was like I had my own private army. There was no way those boys were getting away this time.
It was early fall, right? Beautiful time of year. At least you had the weather on your side.
Not by my recollection. It was damp and foggy as hell. It was tough to stay on a true course, so we kept an eye out for landmarks.
LED 标。这都是哪里的？
It was autumn. The maple trees were in full color, red as blood.
Magic 是魔术。这其实是一款。
The rains that year were torrential, so the whole area was flooded. The vigilantes had spread out wide, and pretty soon I couldn't see anybody.
先睡咯，工具熊大家晚了 ，Swole Heart。
小友晚安，祝你好梦，晚安。
Except for some bitches ahead of me wanting to do me harm, so I had to face them alone. I wondered why my compatriots didn't come running when they heard the shots.
So did you find the Daltons?
Not yet, but I did have the questionable pleasure of meeting a few of their friends. The boys had established quite a reputation by that time, so they attracted all manner of riffraff to their cause. Point being, I was under serious attack, and my reinforcements was nowhere to be seen.
Bury him in the swamp.
But luckily, a barn materialized as if right before my eyes. I scrambled up top to get a better view.
这是施展什么巫术吗？
But just ended up falling inside.
So, how did you get out?
The barn doors was open. About right then, I saw some suspicious characters running for the bushes. Of course, I followed them. But that goddamn swamp was like a goddamn maze, and pretty soon I had no goddamn idea where I was. Steve? So I just started walking, and pretty soon...
我们读者听到睡着了。
Steve? Steve?
Huh? Oh, no, I'm listening.
Indians surrounded me from all sides.
Indians?
They were Indians?
No. I just wanted to make sure Steve was paying attention. Now, where was I?
You were following the Daltons through a swamp?
That's right. See, Steve? Dwight's paying attention.
No, I'm listening. I was just resting my eyes.
Hey, you!
So, where was I?
The Daltons.
Right. See, there's a reason so many outlaw gangs are made up of brothers. Being a brother is a very sacred thing. It's a bond like no other.
Bounty hunters! Stop that, son bitch!
So did you ever find the damn Daltons?
Not yet. But I did find a few of their cousins. You Kansans breed like rabbits. More Smiths or Heimhoffers or who knows what. But hell, what's more important than family? I bet Ben knows what I'm talking about.
Kill that son bitch!
这一路意外难走了。
I knew those Dalton boys were out there somewhere, standing together against anyone who would threaten them. And that's when I saw it. A goddamn steamboat.
A steamboat? In a swamp?
Yeah, Steve, but this wasn't much more than a wreck, really.
But how'd a damn steamboat end up in the swamps?
对啊，汽艇怎么跑来找我？
Guess it floated off during the flood of '89.
Now, was it a stern wheeler or a side wheeler?
What? Does that really make a difference, Steve? It was a steamboat with a goddamn army on board. It was then that a fusillade of bullets come raining down from on high, and those vigilantes who accompanied me weren't anywhere to be found. But among those men that were shooting at me, I thought I saw some familiar faces. Somewhere up there, the Daltons were waiting on me.
Sounds like you don't give up too easy.
That's the kind of man I am, Ben. I set out to do something. I do it. Surrender just ain't in my nature. Plus, I'm stubborn as hell.
把梯子挂掉，什么鬼？这么难的吗？
Right about then, much to my relief, the vigilantes finally arrived. Their leader motioned at a cabin in the middle of the top deck, pointing me directly at the Daltons. I finally had them, after months of dogged pursuit. But it turned out that they had me.
Take him out!
又被咒晕了，怎么又被咒晕了？
The Daltons had played me like a fiddle. Apparently, the vigilantes were on their damn payroll. They didn't just want to shoot me. They wanted to burn me alive. But finding my way out of a burning labyrinth proved to be quite a challenge.
It was a riverboat, right? I mean, it's not like it was a goddamn ocean liner.
Well, yeah, but I was in a fight.
Did you hear about that ship that's gonna launch next year? Largest one in the world.
You're talking about the Titanic. If you ask me, it's too blessed big. I don't think it'll even float.
So anyway...
Don't be stupid, Steve. They know what they're doing. They say that the Titanic is unsinkable.
Oh, God.
But getting back to that steamboat, how'd you get off it, Mr. Greaves?
I took in a lot of smoke that day, so I admit my recollection might be a bit hazy. But somehow I managed to finally disembark. It was time to settle this once and for all. Bob and Grat weren't about to come at me one at a time. They were in this together. Two brothers side by side, determined to take me down. Confident that this time the odds were on their side.
我这边没控好，拔枪速度没控到。这种能控。Why？ 是我速度不够快吗？Why？ 我都已经按了，为什么？这还是个顶级手。中了，我找到诀窍啊
！Two brothers side by side, determined to take me down. Confident that this time the odds were on their side.
啊，差一点，刚撇错边。要两边都要70%以上才会稳，就是我等于是我瞄准也要稳，射击也要稳。哎，好难操控哦！我都要死在这个10几次。
They got it wrong. A sad end for those two.
要先看他枪管。
If they'd only known that Emmett was still alive despite his wounds.
终于
Paroled 14 years later, he moved to California and sold real estate and lived off the legend of that fateful day. And the tragic death of his two brothers. My own brothers died tragically as well, truth be told.
Oh.
It was 1868, and me and my older brothers were pulling a tidy profit running cattle into Juarez, Mexico. One night after my brothers retired for the evening, I found a little poker game in a cantina with a couple of cowboys. And I just couldn't lose. I even won an old Spanish coin that had to be 100 years old. Well, I was mighty pleased with myself the next morning as my brothers and I rode for Texas. But before we crossed the border, those cowboys caught up with us. It was Johnny Ringo, Roscoe Bob Bryant, and another asshole named Jim. They wanted their money back and everything else we had, including our lives, as those boys didn't want us coming for them later. Bob put that old Spanish coin in my mouth and said, "I won't have it said that I left you with nothing, boy." Well, those horses bolted, and there we hung as those bastards rode away. The branch finally snapped under the weight of the three of us, but being my older brothers were bigger and heavier, they were already dead. And right then I swore to myself that I would avenge them. Ringo you know about. But Bob eluded me, until I heard he was riding with the Wild Bunch. I'd been on their trail for months, ever since they left their hideout in the Bighorn Mountains. Led by Butch Cassidy, they were a loose association of outlaws who robbed banks and trains from Colorado to Montana. Among them was the Sundance Kid, and that murderous hombre I was tracking, Roscoe Bob Bryant.
Were you a part of that giant Pinkerton posse after the Wild Bunch?
No, boy. A circus like that would have slowed me down. Besides, I wanted Bryant all to myself. I'd heard about a large shipment of gold being transported to Wilcox, Wyoming on the Overland Flyer. They blew the bridge with the intention of forcing the train to stop. Well, I assumed the Wild Bunch was likely in the still intact part of the train high above. I was determined to make that sumbitch Bob pay for what he did to my brothers. I found the device they used to blow the tracks, so I knew I was headed in the right direction.
My ears are still ringing from blowing up that bridge. What'd you say?
Well, I made my way off unscathed and came upon a few members of the gang and had no choice but to dispatch them. From there, I had to negotiate an even more precarious route. But first, I would need to get my ass out of there. I jumped from the frying pan into the fire as the train was clearly fixing to fall. I had found the gang, but in order to find old Bob, I needed to fight my way forward past a whole passel of desperados. Outside, inside, any way I could, I made my way towards my prey.
Well, what about the passengers?
It was mostly a freight train, as I recall. There were no passengers aboard that day. As I mentioned before, I am not fond of heights, but I was too busy dodging bullets to worry about falling to my death. Odds were I was likely to die that day anyway, so I was determined to take down as many of those bastards as I could. At times, it was like shooting ducks in a shooting gallery. The only difference is these damn ducks shot back. I kept hoping the law would show up and give me a hand.
You mean like that giant Pinkerton posse that I read about? Did they come riding in, guns a-blazing to help?
Help? From the Pinkertons? No, son. I had to fight the wild bunch all by my lonesome, as usual.
Who the hell is that? Kill that! He's out of his mind! Take cover! Retreat! Killing everybody! He'll kill us all!
My guess is those dime novels didn't portray this as it happened, did they? Only a few stragglers were left, and I had to cut them down pronto if I was going to stay on old Bob's trail. Once I silenced all those guns, I went searching for my nemesis, determined to finally have my justice. But the only survivor who welcomed me was George Flat-Nosed Curry.
Who was he?
The fastest gun in the gang. Right after Sundance, I mean. And Kid Curry, and maybe Elsie Lay. Though some folks might dispute that. On that very same day, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid decided to leave the Wild Bunch behind and decamped for South America. They ended up living down there for many years, but I'm sure you already know all about that.
有那个电话，所以我先暂时这样子边讲边打。是那个主播好色，我好想什么？主播好色，好想嫁我。晚上好。
I tried to find Bob Bryant, but it was as if he'd disappeared. Sometime later, I heard the Wild Bunch was back together. Kid Curry escaped from jail, and now he was running the whole shebang. So I took to their trail, as I was still in pursuit of my brother's killer and hoped that he was back with him.
That Kid Curry's kinda crazy, ain't he? Don't let him hear you saying that.
Anyways, I tracked those boys to a camp right outside Parachute, Colorado. Being outnumbered, I didn't bother with a warning shot. I just started taking those bastards down.
That's it for you.
Old Bob wasn't among them, neither was Kid Curry. I could sense him close by, however, plotting something nasty. I just needed a clue as to their whereabouts. And I found one. A map with their bold plan clearly marked. This time they were fixing to blow up a train trestle. Property of the Union Pacific.
Oh.
The plan clearly indicated how they were fixing to undermine several of the weakest wooden supports. Kid Curry was considered the wildest of the Wild Bunch. It was said that he fathered 85 bastard children, though some say it was only 5. Kid Curry had bragged to a whore how he was gonna rob a train heading to the U.S. Mint in Denver, and that whore Fat Sally, she told me. The bridge was rigged with dynamite, so I decided I'd best be careful confronting those bastards. And I made it a point to remove any dynamite that I came across. A moment later, I saw a ladder that somehow had escaped my attention.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
But the Wild Bunch did not take kindly to my presence and attempted to blow my head off. It appeared the kid had found a number of new recruits to bolster their ranks. Guess there's always desperate men willing to trade their lives for stolen treasure.
What happened next?
Well, having removed the first bundle of dynamite, I decided I might as well remove the other one. Once that was done, I figured I'd find my way from there.
So, what happened then?
Had to remove more of that damn dynamite.
这游戏越来越浮夸了 ，W。
对啊。
It must have been terrifying trying to make your way
我都已
across.
经觉得。
I was sweating it a bit, but then I noticed a footbridge tied up on high, so I shot the rope.
工具我噩梦难度30分钟内通关了。
噩梦难度30分钟内通关哦。这样很好。我只差，也不是我只差，我还没有。啊！什么鬼？我为什么还没通关？轮回8单人通关。
So that was all the dynamite?
Funny you should mention that, darling. As actually there was a fourth charge impeding my progress. Once I removed it, my path was pretty clear.
下武器刷上。好，只是看武器刷到反哦。其实我觉得开局还好啦，开局没差，就是精确比较重要。
So I proceeded onward and realized that that way just wasn't going to work. I needed an alternate path forward. Luckily, I found a cave, and as I made my way back to the bridge, I saw something that concerned me. It was a long, burning fuse, and it was moving fast as hell. I had to catch it. The burning fuse was so damn quick, I had to run like the wind. I almost had it, but no. Thought I was gonna have a coronary when I lost sight of those sparks. My heart was pounding like a sledgehammer. Of course, I had to tread carefully. Otherwise, I could, well, die.
摔死哇啦哇啦。
对啊，然后明明就爬上去，就还是掉下来。
I knew that failure meant boom. Then, finally, at the last moment. Whew. Of course, I was successful, or clearly I wouldn't be talking to you folks here today. Naturally, I removed the last dynamite charge. Well, it was a touching reunion. But by this time, I was thoroughly exhausted and dragging my ass as I was not a young man anymore.
Good.
Kill that SUV! Make him bleed! Send him to perdition!
Finally, I found those boys. Or more precisely, they found me.
These tracers get dirty ass me! Dirtier than a damn fruitcake!
Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, Kid Curry opened up on me with a goddamn Gatling gun. It was hidden in this tunnel and pretty well shielded.
什么鬼连环机关枪？
加特林。
Luckily, I had located some dynamite. I still, however, had my work cut out for me. Eventually, I brought that tunnel down. And that's when I met Kid Curry himself. He had decided to stop pussyfooting around and deal with me personally.
Man. 啊，怎么又一直跟你对决了？ 因为是80啊，专注不够。专注不够。好快啊！不能。哎，拜！哎，听到心跳，已经有听到声音的说。
As fast as he was,
Okay.
I was just a bit faster. And as he lay wounded, I demanded to know the whereabouts of Roscoe Bob Bryant. He shouted at me. Is that what this is about?
色色小子。
Bob went with Butch and Sundance to South America. You ain't never finding him. Those were his last words.
Yeah. Oh. 谢谢阿明。
So, Bob Bryant got away?
I knew I'd never find him in South America.
What about the other killer?
Yeah, you kinda glossed over that one.
Well, I found Jim not long after my showdown with Ringo. At the time, he was riding with the James Younger gang. Did I neglect to mention that?
Jesse James? The greatest outlaw who ever lived?
Jesse and his kin rode with Quantrill when he raided Lawrence, Kansas, and killed near 200 people, boy.
Oh.
Nothing great about that.
And from there, him and his brother went on to rob banks and trains from Kansas to Missouri.
Which is why there was such a rich bounty on their heads. 40 grand for both of them, dead or alive. That's one hell of a payday.
哦，所以喝的有点多，再去一次厕所。
到底要吃红豆汤还是花生汤还是烧仙草？以下略。
啊，什么东西？到底要吃红豆汤还是花生汤，还是烧仙草？啊，如果是你，我会吃花生汤。我记得花生汤比较好吃，烧仙草很看手法。
I confronted them as they were robbing a train. Bullets were flying at me from every which way. But I knew I'd have to fight my way forward if I was gonna find this gem.
那一碗太贵了啦。
Now wait a second. How'd they stop this train in the first place?
Well, the James boys were experts at this.
怎么到处了？好，啊，就这样子把火车拦截下来了。
They hopped a freight train, having heard there was a big payroll in the express safe. So I hopped the same train. The James Younger gang was decimated after that little fiasco they had in Northfield, Minnesota. So Jesse needed more men and took on the killer I was after, along with a host of others. I was hoping to find my man and put a bullet in his head. Climbing around that train, I must have swallowed 100 damn bugs before I reached that...
The James Younger gang pulled the first train robbery west of the Mississippi.
Sounds like you hold them in high regard.
Everyone knows they were the most famous outlaw gang ever.
And you took them all on by your lonesome. Again. I'm finding this all a little hard to swallow, friend.
Well, maybe you need to wash it down with some whiskey. By the way, did I mention that that train was flying down those tracks like a bat out of hell?
Steam 里面领取。
Anyway, excuse me, Ben. Where would I find the gentleman's facilities? Suddenly I have an urgent need to drain my one-eyed snake. Well, I've had more than a few drinks, and I've been sitting here for quite a spell.
Right through there. Let me show you. I've never heard so much malarkey in my life.
You think he's bullshitting us?
You don't think he's Silas Greaves?
I think he's just some old drunk looking for some free liquor.
I don't know, Jack. I think I believe him. You don't think he met Jesse James?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That story makes no sense at all.
Jack.
I mean, you gotta be 2 bricks short of a load to believe that cock and bull story.
I don't agree.
Jack, lay off the bar.
But you seriously think that tired old man went toe-to-toe with Jesse James?
Well, that's better. Coming back. Did I mention that this Jim was married to the infamous Belle
下
Star?
去啦！我老板有没有那一点的综合汤？不行啊，这样吃起来会拉肚子吧。
Of course, I didn't learn that until
不
later.
过你这样子讲
Anyway,
的话，
I made my
仙
way
草
forward
上
the
面，
best I could.
仙草上
Around
面
sides,
再
over
可以
the
加
roof.
红豆或者加
At some point, some sumbitch saw me and shouted out, "It's the damn Pinkertons!" Now, I never worked for that limey cocksucker, but I guess they assumed I was one of his assassins. Those evil bastards firebombed Jesse's mother's house and killed his stepbrother. So it's no wonder each and every asshole on that train wanted me dead.
Everybody's always mistaking you for somebody else, aren't they? Why is that, I wonder?
Don't rightly know, Jack. I'm just telling you how I remember it.
I bet you are.
I came across a flat car piled high with logs and had to come up with a creative way to make my way forward.
诶，你竟然死了啊！
I wondered if I was ever gonna find the front of that train, or the bastard I was after. Right about then, I was attacked by some asshole on a Gatling gun.
机枪乱扫啊！
Right about then, I was attacked by some asshole on a Gatling gun.
Yeah, seems like you run into a lot of them.
Asshole?
Gatling guns.
Guess I did. Now, I don't remember how I took it out. It was either a bullet or dynamite.
Where would you find dynamite?
Does it really matter, Jack? You're messing with the flow of the story here.
给我帮他不能奔跑，我死啦！
好杯买完宵夜继续看工具打牛仔。
I was looking for Jim and shooting any son of a bitch stupid enough to get in my way. And that included Jesse James himself. There sure were a lot of men determined to die that day. It was then that Jesse detached the express car from the rest of the damn train.
Whoa. Slow motion. Whoa.
I could see Jesse waiting for me, fixing to kill me so he could get away with all that money.
You had a showdown with Jesse James?
Of course he didn't. Everybody knows that Jesse was killed by Bob Ford.
Yeah. Jesse went out like John Wesley Hardin. Coward shot him in the back of the head.
Guess it doesn't matter how far you run, does it, Ben? Your past always catches up with you. Yeah, I didn't kill Jesse James. Just wounded him bad enough to convince him to hang up his guns.
What about that Jim fella? What happened to him?
I figure he was up front with a gun to the engineer's head. That bastard slipped away again. I'll tell you how I got him. But first I need to wet my whistle.
哦，这火车特长，怎么约熊在立 flag？ 那我们不是在闯关吗？
After my showdown with Jesse, I continued to track his brother, Frank, and that son of a bitch, Jim. I followed those bastards into the high mountains as they were going to ground.
What mountains would that be?
Somewhere in the Ozarks, I believe. The perfect place to hide out from the authorities. In fact, before I could find them, some Indians who fled the res and were hiding out from the military found me first. They probably thought I was a cavalry scout and didn't want me telling the military where they were.
Indians?
Yeah, they could have been Cheyenne, but there was all sorts of renegades roaming the landscape back then. Hey, how about another whiskey, Ben? Nothing better to soothe the troubled soul. Now, where was I? Indians, right. I had more than my share of run-ins with the Red Man. Like that time... Did I tell you about Grey Wolf?
Yes, sir. You did.
Ah, of course I did. In fact, I could still remember that old medicine man's words to me.
Jesus Christ, we're back to that again?
You carry great darkness in your heart. It will claim your soul. You will come to this place again and kill many more men. And the darkness will grow until it consumes everything you are.
Slow motion.
So, did you ever find him? Who? The man you are after.
Let me ask you something, Ben. You ever think about death?
Mr. Greaves, are you all right?
Ooh, death. Oh, death. Won't you spare me over till another year? What is this that I can't see with ice cold hands taking hold of me? Well, I am death, none can excel. I'll open the door to heaven or hell.
我会死亡，我会死亡，我会死亡，我想死啊！
Oh, death.
我被他唱死了，他唱这歌让我死了，真是混账哎！这个歌我死了。
绝命终结战吗 ？W。
是，唱歌也可以挂。
Oh, death, someone would pray. Could you wait to call me another day? Oh, death. Oh, death, won't you spare me over till another year?
So, are you gonna answer the question?
What question is that?
Jim Reed. Did you ever find him?
Reed was indeed that son-bitch's surname. That's right, Ben. A despicable character. I remember him laughing like a hyena that cold morning they lynched me and my brothers. He was intent on avoiding my vengeance, but nothing was gonna stop me. Nothing.
大哥，詹姆斯。
I finally did track those outlaws down. They had long rifles with scopes and were well positioned to pick off any poor soul who came anywhere close.
Hey. 要抓时间呢。
I'm guessing Frank James believed I was responsible for the demise of his brother Jesse. I couldn't really disagree with the man, as I thought Jesse was dead then as well. He backed off as I closed in on him, but he was still intent on killing me. And when I closed in on him again, he backed off again, looking for a better angle on me. Hell, I can't fault Frank for wanting his revenge, as I was there for the same damn reason myself. At this point, I'm guessing you think Silas Greaves is a worse murderer than Jim Reed ever was.
No, sir.
A man who spent half his life killing somebody's brothers, fathers, sons.
I think you were just looking for justice, sir.
Is that what I was looking for, Dwight? Is that what it was? Justice?
Isn't that why you were hunting the James gang?
The James gang? Right. I finally found Frank holed up in his mountain cabin, and he was determined to have me dead. It was a pitched battle that could have gone either way. Luckily, I had some dynamite in my possession.
Dynamite? On your person?
A few sticks, just in case. It's always good to be prepared.
Right.
I'm just laying out the facts as I remember them, Jack.
哎，他竟然手握炸药。啊，喂，为什么？我炸弹那不够吗？这里。他直接把我炸在空中引爆，还是直接死了？哎，他好聪明啊！
That old shack? Well, it went tumbling right off that cliff.
With Frank James still in it?
Yes, sir.
But Frank James is still alive, living in Missouri, showing folks around the family farm for 25 cents a tour.
I didn't say he died in the fall, now did I?
I'm done with this damnable outlaw life! Kill me, don't kill me, do what you will! At this point, I just don't give a shit.
I explained to Frank that I had nothing against him personally and that I was looking for someone else.
You want Reed? Have at him. I never did like that bastard. I am done here.
We parted in peace as Frank pointed out the path to my prey before making his way back down the hill.
很像麦卡利啊。对，像麦卡利的声音。
亚瑟摩根以下略。
亚瑟摩根以下略。
So what happened with Reed?
Well, I finally found the last of the gang hiding in a nearby cave. First, I had to dispatch the lookouts, as I was determined not to let that murderer escape my revenge again. But rather than wander in willy-nilly, I decided it would be better to smoke that sumbitch out. "Hey, Reed!" I shouted. "No wonder you're so ornery. Can't be easy being married to Belle Starr. While you're off providing for the family, she's spreading her legs for every Tom, Dick, and Cole Younger. Not an attractive woman exactly, but very friendly. At least she was to me." Son of a bitch! It was then that the last bunch of bandits jumped out of hiding.
Why won't this asshole give up? Would someone please kill him?
Eventually, it was just me and Reed. I had waited a long time to face him down, so I could repay him for what he did to my brothers.
我没有拉到很高，可恶！每次都觉得这个还没有抓到很好的 timing。熊。噔噔噔噔噔噔，第三下。
And repay him I did.
好，开始。
原来是牛仔 in-game 游戏。
也不是 in-game， 就是透过之前死的方式去抓他的
I don't know about you boys, but I'm pretty bait.
Well, it's too damn bad you never found that Bob character. Seems a shame you never had to pay.
Well, funny thing about that, I did have one more chance at him.
墓碑？为什么是墓碑？
6 months ago, I heard that Butch and Sundance were back in the States and had gathered up some of their old gang. I tracked them down, hoping that Roscoe Bob Bryant had returned with them.
So you're saying they didn't die down in Bolivia?
That's what I'm saying.
"坏人和死人。"
40 years I had waited to get my hands on the last of my brother's killers. Not even an army of demons could have stopped me now. Both Johnny Ringo and Jim Reed fell fairly quickly. But the last one, Roscoe Bob Bryant, that son of a bitch had managed to escape my vengeance time and time again. I couldn't even be certain I'd recognize him after all those years. By now, he had to be close to 70.
But for all you know, he could have been dead.
That thought had indeed crossed my mind, as did others. For instance, did my thirst for vengeance turn me into something worse than the man I was after? By this point in my storied career, I had killed more men than Bob Bryant ever had. Nothing could stop me from taking his life. I'd been after that killer forever, from the time I rode with Billy the Kid. But that chapter of my story you already know.
Chapter of that fairy tale, you mean?
Suddenly, it was 1910. There I was, an old man roaming a ghost town dead almost 2 decades. The town was falling apart, just like me. But I wasn't about to call it quits.
我靠，这边到底是怎么盖房子的？可以跟我解释吗？那到底要怎么盖出像这样子的东西啊？都看不到人耶。
Even though the ghosts of my dead brothers were begging me to end what I started so long ago.
Mr. Graves, are you all right? Would you like some water?
The Wild Bunch knew I was there. They were after a treasure they had hidden before they fled, buried in the grave of a dead amigo. Some folks think the town is haunted, so they figured there wouldn't be many people poking around. I intended to fill that grave with Bob Bryant's corpse. But like I said, the bandits knew I was on to them. They lured me in and hit me with everything they had.
好气欧有个外送订了20多分钟，外送员到店家，店家才说没了，气死。
啊？为什么会这样？外送员到店家才说，可是这不是店家那边本来就要先做反应吗？为什么要到外送员到那边才会说没有？这样很奇怪，这样很容易是因为他们可能已经有做你的，然后就现场有人订，所以把你的东西给弄出去了。
店家那天没有了，就可以直接取消订单，浪费时间。
对啊。Why？ 他们是忘记吗？还是怎样？好激烈，看人要躲。对啊，为什么要这样？奇怪欸。
But you obviously prevailed since you're sitting here telling us the tale.
Actually, in that moment, I did not prevail.
So I suppose we're talking to a ghost.
Funny you should put it like that, Jack.
How many of us is he gonna kill?
Because when I woke up,
from the dead?
There was silence all around me. I could swear to God I saw Billy then.
Billy who?
Billy the kid. William Bonney. He was shooting at me from a rooftop. Here and there, and even over there.
So I am right. You are titched in the head.
Mr. Greaves, perhaps we should switch you to coffee?
You see that old Indian again, too?
No, but I did see Billy's killer, Patrick Floyd Garrett. He came at me guns a-blazing. But I knew that old war horse had died 2 years before. I wondered if maybe I was dead too and confronting the ghosts of my past. Perhaps all my sins were coming back to haunt me and drag me down to perdition. I saw Henry Plummer throw dynamite at me. gates of the cemetery, I saw John Wesley Hardin, just like I remembered him. Robert Ollinger appeared with his terrible double-barrel shotgun. But no ghost army was stopping me.
My father-in-law got hit with a fallen branch. He spent the rest of his life talking to dogs.
Newman Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead.
Newman
Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead. The Dalton brothers, Robert and Grattan, guardians of the Garden of the Dead. George Curry and Harvey Logan, alias Kid Curry, both thirsty for vengeance from the great beyond. Jesse, Woodson, James, and Jim Reed, each one deader than the next. I thought I would go crazy.
Thought?
他们就是灵魂，敌人是灵魂，对啊。
The Dalton brothers, Robert and Grattan, guardians of the Garden of the Dead.
这边太雾了。
George Curry and Harvey Logan, alias Kid Curry, both thirsty for vengeance from the great beyond. Jesse, Woodson, James, and Jim Reed, each one deader than the next.
Ah, 到底要这么多啊？气死啊！
The Dalton brothers, Robert and Grattan, guardians of the Garden of the Dead. George Curry and Harvey Logan, alias Kid Curry, both thirsty for vengeance from the great beyond. Jesse, Woodson, James, and Jim Reed, each one deader than the next.
Wow.
The Dalton brothers, Robert and Grattan, guardians of the Garden of the Dead. George Curry and Harvey Logan, alias Kid Curry, both thirsty for vengeance from the great beyond. Jesse, Woodson, James, and Jim Reed, each one deader than the next. I thought I would go crazy. Thought? Finally, I saw Harry Alonzo Longabaugh.
The Sundance Kid?
Like a general leading his legion of the dead.
You told us before that you'd seen him alive.
He was alive.
又要再等20分钟。
啊，躲错边了！哇，辛苦阿敏了。可是这种有办法反应或克数吗？
阿敏爸爸怎么了？外送老师。店家搞事跟外送员无关。他速度的太多。
Then I heard a voice call to me from afar. It was Robert Leroy Parker, a.k.a. Butch Cassidy, coming at me from out of the fog.
Thanks for taking care of that bastard.
什么鬼？
兔主给我吃，养我。O K W 2 Stupid
好人坏人，等一下，不会吧？3边对决哦。
杰西麦卡利。
But the kid wasn't quite deceased. Not yet.
Takes more than one little bullet to kill the likes of me.
你想吃什么 W？
Those two looked like they hadn't seen each other for quite a while. Clearly, they were no longer amigos.
Shit. I was hoping I wouldn't have to kill you. You won't have to, Butch. I'm killing you first.
I asked them about Bob Bryant, but they were too busy with their own heated conversation.
No.
Let me get this shit straight. You want my money and the love of my life?
西部牛仔真的很搞事 W。
我还是去欧巴马喜欢麦卡利就好了。他现在比较麦卡利的叫什么
I didn't want to shoot anybody until I had an answer to my question, but those boys didn't give me much of a choice.
按 Q 一盯准，接下来开始会下来，是不是？
Auto think 我很好养，只要上来没有香菜我都吃。
啊，读错了。
香菜大餐吗？好的哦，不对。Auto CRYYY。
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid died there in that cemetery not 6 months ago.
我成功了。
麦卡利现在叫做卡西迪。
卡西迪，我这都会忘记。
但我还是要叫他卡西迪。不吃香菜阿少一味很难凸显某些食物的美好。W
可是有的人就不喜欢吃，就很不能去强求，因为他们对他们也那个就是一个新的味道，也没办法。
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid were killed by the Bolivian army. Everybody knows that.
That's the legend, but it ain't the truth.
So, you never found Bob? There is no Bob. This old sumbitch ain't even Silas Greaves.
Sir, is that true? Have you been pulling our legs this whole time?
Well, not the whole time.
Oh, man, I think you've worn out your welcome here.
Maybe you're right, Jack. Maybe it's time to pay. You see, Ben, or should I say Bob, your past always catches up with you.
I was a different man back then, crazy. Drinking, I've changed my ways, I swear to you. If I could turn back the clock,
But you can't, Bob.
But like Worry and Girls Wolf KEKW2。
你选择的命运，复仇应该是跟他 PK 吧，救赎就是饶过他。然后要 PK 吗？要跟他 PK 吗？要跟这个叫本的人 PK 吗？
打都打。
好，打都打。
Why'd you toy with me like that? Telling those tales, knowing all along. Why not just lay your cards on the table?
Here. I won't have it said that I left you with nothing.
That's how you want it? So be it.
Holy shit! Dwight, Molly, move against that wall. Go!
Wolf like Bud like Worry and Girls。
而且这次没有数值哦，只要自己拼。
Damn lion drifter！
我的那个左右键怎么一直控不好？
熊熊不够快 W。
Seemed tougher in his stories, didn't he?
我错边了。对啊，我已经拔枪了。2个毙命，要不然我时间抓得很好。
我好饿。
阿敏跟我一样喝水。
I'm hungry。
快回快回！
快，还要更快。好饿，要多喝水。
Oh my God! Oh Jesus!
好，喝水。
Did you know it was him all along?
Cassidy told me Bob was in Abilene before he died. But I wasn't sure Ben was my man until he revealed how much he knew about Ringo and Reed. The coin, of course. Well, that was the last nail in that particular coffin.
I better go get the sheriff.
You okay, boy? You're looking mighty shook up.
Dwight, maybe you best go home. Young Eisenhower here is leaving for West Point tomorrow. He shouldn't get caught up in something like this.
I think I might head out myself at this juncture. Unless you want to stop me, Jack.
No, sir, Mr. Graves.
So where are you going now? Now that you had your revenge?
Doesn't really matter, does it? As I've sold my soul for it, and will never again walk with those I have lost.
哦，结束了。哇，结束了。
爷爷很帅。通关。
对啊，通关啊，应该吧。这游戏我印象它时长应该就不长，可以帮他滚了。
胡扯瞎扯神奇的故事。
对啊，可是我觉得它整体的互动很好玩。对啊，在那时候我觉得真的是一个很棒的东西。只是它画面真的很像在看电影跟看漫画，所以就要视觉评断来讲，就还要再去适应一下。新游戏已经使用所说的有些新故事，难度开启尝试最少。
恭喜又破关一款游戏嘛！
对啊。
Set 83 SKPO
耶，街机是什么？哦，街机是跟别人 PK 耶，哈哈，太酷了吧！
Set 83 yes。
决斗是，决斗是什么？哦，就是这个决斗。啊，差不多了，休息。12。
Party 100，恭喜 W。
啊！感谢裁缝爸爸的100小起点，谢谢。耶！这该不会进去就这种 PK 了吧？而且他没有那个数字，你们发现吗？之后吧。
残风爸爸 ND 扣6B。
对吧？我切一下。
Spirit 316 Cheer 01。
对啊。
下一款要玩什么？
下一款要玩什么？礼拜四要玩那个雷霆1号啊，就是我觉得还蛮现实的，是俯视角军事游戏。我已经账号人了。对啊，那这一位就是我其中一个战员啊。你们现在在看到那个聊天室在挥手的那个。对啊，我们要玩雷霆1号。雷霆1号看
枪类游戏，我的眼睛跟不上啊。
枪类游戏跟不上，我也开始跟不上嘛，可是就是只能就练了。
来了队长。
来了队长没有啊，我们要轮流指挥啊。我想好的模式是这样，就是谁那一回合挂掉，下一回合就当队长这样。没有，就是那一回合就轮流当队长。就比方说 A 成员当队长，然后他给职，然后这场挂掉之后，然后换 B 成员当队长，然后看谁可以通关，对不对？这样很好吧？它是一款战术型的，也不叫战术型啊，就是有事找壮哥嘞，
壮哥只会登陆月球。
壮哥只能说阿姆斯壮。12:14，可以头一次开这么晚。其实我也是有一直想说，我是其实有想说，就一个礼拜固定一天开，原本是想说开 pace 啊。原本，然后可是发现身边好像没有那么多人玩这个游戏，就要么会觉得很累，要么会觉得要么电脑会跑不动。对啊，再看看好了。啊，你干嘛离奇？
重温，但我真的烂的表情大笑。
这一定都会烂啊！四人刚开始一定都不是上手的，你一定要一直疯狂练，疯狂接触那个手感才会上来啊！你可以而且你电脑可以吗？我这个要先确定电脑可以稳跑才是重点的。对啊。可以之前稳跑 ，OK。可他已经到第11赛季了，你这样还可以稳跑吗？我电脑是很好，可是我的就是一个人，就是其他2个队友啊，其他2个队友就不一定啊。对啊，然后有的人会觉得这款游戏偏高压游戏就会很容易累，然后有的人会觉得说一直死会很无聊，这样。然后周4是可以开天命啊，因为天命在礼拜3都会更新啊，所以它每周更新完之后就可以开天命去解每日任务哦。还有现在的30周年活动，还有很多活动在慢慢放。因为我想过说要不要跟月熊，就是可能就1周我们连续开这样子。
光机怎么没有上到3600？
当初换光机怎么没有上到3600？因为我当初应该这样讲，我换光机双通道是分开买的。我第一次买的时候，因为预算问题，那时候机体还没有到很便宜的时候，我就只有选到3200，所以等于是我后续升级，我也只能选3200啊。
买单条好的。
没有，我是双通道这样一组的啊。我现在是插满2个双通道，所以我第一次买双通道的时候就是买3200，第一次买的双通道。然后我到今年5倍券发下来的时候，我才买第2组双通道，所以对啊，就变成就是4条都是3200了，对啊，就比较可惜。 可以，我觉得也还好啦。虽然3600是 CP 值最好的选择，就是如果真的可以的话，都还是会希望消费就是买电脑的人都可以上到3600，因为3600会势必会比较稳，比较广泛，比较稳。因为有的游戏是很吃记忆体的那个效能，像 PUBG。
井号施华洛世奇，
皇家井号施华洛世奇是皇家奇，其实我也觉得很棒啊。只是为什么是施华洛世奇呢？可是他是那个嘛，结婚就是告白就靠这个嘛，夫人听到了没？
是施华洛世奇水钻。
对啊，夫人听到了没？哎呦，大姐头还没睡。哎呦，你不睡吗？还是你明天不用上班？
工具刚刚叫做什么吗 ？L3K Bro。
叫做什么？哦，就我们看要不要，因为你现在开台是开13，
今天休假。
哦，今天休假。哦，不过你也是还是要多休息啊。
主要3，
你主要是3嘛？那我24嘛，所以我们就24。然后你是1或你是1或5会开，对不对？是吗？你是奇数天吗？哦，我想说我们就一直
我是36啦，表情大笑。
36，等一下36，实际上变成36、2、3、4、6，那这样子是变5要开啊？哎，谢谢。没有，我就想说就是把熊开台的时间可以凑出来。但6日就看吧。这还要再讨论1周的熊台。
你是不是想凑满时间？
没有，不用1到7啊。我觉得6日蛮多人在开的。是6日。我觉得6日，我觉得可以，就是连续4天这样子就好。然后剩下，因为我是有想过说礼拜5大家都要，礼拜5大家都可能都要忙着，返家或者是出去玩啊什么的，所以礼拜5应该观看率应该不高。对啊，刚打嗝，你们水灌太多了，我已经把两壶水灌完了。
连续4天，礼拜2到5。
2、3、4、5，2、3、4、5。我觉得这就再讨论看看啊。对啊，当初跟月熊讨论都是2个人不要撞到会比较好，对吧？这样子观众会很难抉择。滴滴开太多分页，小心有伤记忆体。
每天都有熊
看自己的节奏，对啊，主要还是看节奏吧。不然就是在讨论啊，因为可是因为就是胖熊就只有我跟月熊啊，我们还没有第3只出来吧？台湾来讲，台湾有第3只吗？还是各位弟弟们，你们有没有消息会有第3只呢？
像兔子都随机看。除非被召唤，
不是那重点，谁要支持？
还没有。
对啊，目前还没有吧？对啊，目前我们所知的消息是还没有第3只的那个兔子都随机看，除非被召唤。你被谁召唤啊？谁可以召唤你啊？这么厉害还可以被召唤？那我有问题，召唤要献祭什么吗？ 召唤要怎么召唤残风爸爸？是要牺牲？
好像也是狗狗。
肥肉肉好像是。肥肉肉好像也是狗，我不知道这方面我不清楚啊。熊哦，对啊，好希望有第3只熊出来哦，这样就可以。
要牺牲什么哦？我想一下。
对啊，牺牲一罐酒，可是要什么酒？要什么酒才召唤得出来？然后先把眼睛关掉，牺牲生命之水，直接翻该覆盖的魔法卡，生命之水。
最少要大魔12年，生命之水。
大魔12年是什么 ？Google 看看。这是什么神奇东西啊？好屌哦！那它跑，它被它的整体的外包装很帅而且为什么上面这个 KB 个头啊？便宜好喝的威士忌，可是上面挂着 KB请问每多一个大魔要牺牲多少个？要牺牲多少个 KB？ KB 你怎么在上面？哦，然后说阿敏的晚餐来了没啊？我好关心一下阿敏的晚餐来了没？阿敏
大量的 KB 才能有1万大魔。
原来是这样吗？刚拿到 ，OK， 恭喜啊！吃完不要直接睡啊！刚刚外送员好可爱，胖胖的哦。外送员好可爱，白白的哦。
可是不能绑走，
不能绑走啊！当然不行啊，当然不能啊！你绑走还得了？绑走的话你进警局了哈。
夫人开1、5周日合开，这样17就都有了。
夫人开1、5，可是夫人的电脑现在问题是卡在他的它是 i5 8100是6核6线吗？
跟外送员说3缺1 134。
主要因缘夫人的，可是夫人开台，我已经想好模式，就是他几乎都不会开麦，他就是做他自己的。而且夫人的兽色还没出来啊，夫人的兽色还没出来啊。如果兽色出来的话，就可以开始往皮的方向走啊。真的，我觉得夫人弟弟很适合开台哦，超适合。
未来一样。
No， 不是，是他弟弟真的是，很多的那个淡化。我是觉得夫人的兄弟，
天命了啊，很正常的。
可你不说话啊？你不说话没？开台催我搞，我没有说催你搞啊。我只是说，如果有出现的话，我可能也会做一个夫人的皮啊。没有啊，没催啊。我只说如果有的话，对，我没有说一定要叫你赶快生出来啊。我知道你很忙。技术台说啥话，那就看你的表现啦。好，那我下礼拜一要看你开台哦，好，下礼拜一哦。OK， 下礼拜一晚上8点，好不好？开台了哈。然后你可以 beat 我没关系。夫人不是顶猎吗？被顶猎吧？怎么被顶猎呢？不好说。嘎，你怎么分？没有啊，他没有那个啊，他就是夫人的台，就是只是开一个游戏，然后就没了。开个游戏，开个聊天室就没了，他不会有其他的。可是你可以吧？我觉得你以天命技术层面来讲，你高我很多啊。
被顶到猎开法工具熊。
顶裂是裂哪里？那个裁缝爸爸不好说，不好说。这个你知道就好，心里知道就好。对，不好说，不好说。
知道更多零零。
是这个东西交给脑补就好，我们就不用多说了。我还不想下次见到夫人是在跪键盘，过主机板，不要。
Says 83 yes。
哎，可恶！你们等我一下，我去厕所。喝太多水了。
我这边有不要的主机板，需要赞助吗？通电主机板。12点的车开车。我这边有全新的Gaming 1590主机板，欢迎来柜。
什么东西？熊去厕所检验？没有，我去上厕所而已。这边有这 Gaming Z590，哎呦 ，Z590现在多少？可是现在买Z590就等于是只能把。机身还不能贵太贵的，不然上面都是散热马甲 KPO Cloud。不能贵很贵的嘛，上面有散热马甲，这样起码我还不会很痛。
没有主机板可以用榴莲皮。
不是，你想哦，突然怎么刚开 FB 就有2个人密我？
当然要贵，主机板背面都是尖尖的焊点的地方啊。
我好像听到什么了。等，阿敏啊，没有主机板可以用榴莲皮，现在是榴莲皮的盛产期吗？现在买得到榴莲皮吗？菠萝蜜不是皮很软吗？那个压下去应该还好吧？
菠萝蜜太软了啦 W。
对啊，菠萝蜜不是软的吗？第7项。
可是刺的。
会刺的吗？
贵健康步道。
贵健康步道是哪招？
到了贵乐高，菠萝蜜是那种外表长得超级刺的那个。贵乐高是进地狱吗 ？W。
贵乐高哦，我觉得贵乐高
膝盖粉碎。
对啊，我觉得乐高是膝盖粉碎哦。而且你们有看过乐高因为压过去被断掉过吗？好像没有我觉得乐高好坚固哦，就我印象，我没有看过乐高断过你就是一个乐高的砖块啊，我都没有看到它断过。
乐高好贵，买一小罐图钉没事。特殊形状会，我组装时断过。
组装时断过。
拔不出来，用力拔就断了。
啊，还会这样？
阿炳爸爸开始朝向满清十大酷刑的方向走了吗？
满清十大酷刑。
我
看是下来，阿炳爸爸开始。
503，能把乐高弄断的人。
用拔砖器，拔砖器还有这东西哦。真假的，乐高有拔砖器哦，不过一下，没见过。好酷哎，真的有。我第一次看过。
拔砖器有单卖一支的，
有啊，我这边看有啊，虾皮很多，虾皮蛮多的。
或是编织用的钉板，
编织用的钉板。
很好用，然后跟着就玩具送出去了。
真假的？
没事，我家来什么没拆坏过。幼稚园玩时候好像没看过拔砖器。
没事，我家来，你这边可能要改我家女皇吧。那时候没拆过你的骨头吧？你的骨头有拆坏过吗？还是下次就直接拆骨头看看，好吧？现场直播拆骨头，好像不错哦。对耶，我忘记好久也没有也好，拆骨头。对哦，我还有一个特战，好久没开了。
我骨头只有撞断过 Wolf Parkman，
我骨头只有裂开过。啊，怎么有人传给我东西？
拆骨头，怕。
哦，你这个就是那个啊，那个
好痛 QA，
织那个围巾的吗？
没事，我只不过被家暴而已。
那个家暴专线，我们可以打113。我这会被撞断过，撞断谁？什么叫撞断谁？你应该是说撞断哪吧？撞断谁是谁啊？什么鬼？应该是要问撞断哪吧？
原来月牙熊是豆 M 笔记。
对，你笔记对了，这个会考，这是重点。月牙熊是抖 M，OK？ 这个考试会考，好。
既然是撞断，应该是骨盆吧？思考。
我看一下，
存在 M 跟 S 属性504，
那这样子不就是
很容易造成下肢体瘫痪 QAQ？
对，很容易啊，因为会有神经节会穿过2个洞，所以你如果那2个洞如果有受伤或压迫什么，就是瘫痪。同时存在 N 跟 S， 那就不就是 I 吗？那承认吧，你也是闪光弹，对不对？承认吧，你也是闪光弹。还有什么游戏可以玩？
薛丁格的月熊。
薛丁格的月熊介于 S 跟 N 之间吗？
尤其是尾椎容易影响到神经 QWQ。
哦，对啊，因为脊椎的分布 从颈椎、胸椎、腰椎、尾椎，然后他们每一个结节都有一个神经分布会去负责某一个身体的某一段，所以你看，通常如果你是颈部断掉的，
那要找一个大箱子。
如果你是颈椎断的话，那你整个胸就是胸以下几乎瘫痪。
被锻炼得很好。
开什么玩笑？我的肉体
观察的时候是
OK， 肉体被
观察的时候是 M。
对耶，你们会想要看 Dark Game 吗？这个游戏我一直很想要开来玩，可是一个人玩会不会无聊？这个好像要找满4个人就很好笑了。
锻炼得很好吗？00。
这个 Dark Game 我是还蛮想玩，不知道你们有没有看过Dark Game， 就是4只鸭子疯狂 PK， 谁先冲到10谁就赢。好像很好玩呢，完蛋了！友情破坏游戏。
鸭子对决吗？哇啦
对
哇啦！
我不知道你们有没有看过，就是像素风格的鸭子对决游戏。对，那个不用吃枪法，那个就是运气跟准度的运气的作死，他没有作死啊。我怎么给你们看啊？我看一下好了。
Dog 豆肉。超级鸡马比较作死，
我觉得超级鸡马还好，我看不懂超级鸡马这几字。我怎么给你们看 Dark
Game？Pico Park 友情破坏游戏 Wolf KEKW2。
Dark Game 片。Switch 的可以来用。
那个是可以找8个人的游戏吗？
有，它也有8个人。我看一下这个是。对啊，它可以8个，就是8这样子算。找不到好的Dark Game的宣传呢。有这可以，只是我要调整它的萤幕画面。我想，
友情破坏游戏感觉很有趣，哇啦哇啦。
是的，没错。画面比例要再调一下。看先删除它好了。我现在直接开这个就好了。可为什么Steam会屏蔽黑画面？我小时候就是开Steam可以让你们看，结果我Steam分享出来竟然是黑画面。是说只能用视窗，只能用显示器截取吗？要用分享。
麦当劳最近出的虾堡好吃
吗？没吃过耶。有了。
我不能吃虾 QQ。
我也没有，我们麦当劳离我太远了，我无法提供你硬件啊。
0口0记录。看开箱，听说普普。
做个简单的转场好了。想好 显示器拉到最下面。
那月牙熊不能吃西班牙料理了 ，QWQ。
尝一下，盆子长这样子，里面先暂停。
可能欧伦507。
就很有意破坏。
月熊也不能吃焗烤龙虾了 ，QX。
他不能拿。
啊，完了，我知道这个鸭子游戏了。
对啊，我觉得很好玩啊。我都觉得找4个人来玩都很闹。
可以把朋友变成烤鸭。
烤鸭，对啊，一拿到火就可以把朋友堆烤鸭。然后有时候你什么事情也没做，你就赢了，有时候会超好笑的。我觉得很好玩。Oh my god， 太猛了这个！而且它 Switch 吧，好像也可以自己做地图耶，还蛮多玩家自己搞地图的。
原来不是多多玩的那个鸭子，
不是。
兔子在思考下一次料理要做西班牙料理。
西班牙料理啊！然后他们有很多，他还有单人训练的，然后他还有四个人，然后我看到有人开到8个人过，这样子。等一下，
这感觉好赞哦！
无法辨识。HCPI 科技人物，
好鸭鸭的游戏。
对啊。
西班牙海鲜棍饭。
我刚刚也是在想西班牙海鲜炖饭。没有，那模拟器那个我还好。
有种以前在玩的那种。
我是还蛮想找其他3个人来玩。
百战天虫
听起来好奇怪。马赛鱼汤，好，切换，大概就这样子。等一下哦，怎么有人传讯息给我？百战百胜的什么节目啊？那我目前
百战天虫有年纪了，感觉好像是瓜哥主持的游戏。
你说什么？下面一位那个吗？百战天虫我知道啊，可是百战天虫它不是有出就是不是有出续集新作吗？啊，
有好多版本的。
对啊。正在等待另外一个装置。
来库，我们到下一家送幸福。
来，还有我们到下，不是说那个吗？离那个竹尾加码，竹尾加码2000块。
瓜哥送幸福 ，Andy 扣6B。Party 100竹尾加码来拍手。
好，拍手，感谢彩虹爸爸的100小起点。竹尾拍手，竹尾再加码。等一下哦，有人传来给我说他电脑无法识别装置。
Lucky Bowl 超久的 W。Lucky
Go， 那超久，那节目应该没了吧？对啊。我把音乐点掉了。 哈哈。等一下，我把音乐叫回来。
大概就跟有一个水晶球里面会有钱飘下来，然后要抢那个差不多久？
差不多久。
阿连线送大娃娃，抢钱的也好久 W。
ACPI 抢钱好久，真的很久。那我一直在想胡瓜那个节目。他到底会不会把哪一天把全台湾的庙宇全部给他走完啊？
都年龄铺路，
年龄铺路还好啊，我觉得还好。
KEKW2。
驱动看一下。
此时的残风爸爸不知道一场狂风暴雨般的认亲将要无情地向他袭击而来。瓜哥好像跑完全部的庙了，大庙。
大，因为我在想那个节目，它终究会遇到的是那些庙宇，如果都逛完的话，那是不是就都没了？对啊。如果他把所有的庙逛完，他的节目要怎么播？要再 round 2吗？第二回。还是蛮尴尬的呢。然后那个到最后那个主委说：“你哪里过来？迈过来啊啦！”
才不会有什么狂风暴雨呢。先把 Steam 锁儿童使用限制。
点差不多那个了。
打开电视都只看卡通幼台 QQ。YO man。
哎呀，有一群欧妹，哇！这边真的是暴露年龄台耶。
永远
只有 IP 的，对，有单独的那时候跟放在一起。什么东西啊？萌学园哈？完了，你们在讲一些我开始听不懂的东西了。完蛋了，是不是我有问题啊？
回去你们的铁时空啦。
回去。
小虎喜欢吃陶乐比。
那个很那个是所有装置装上。
原来金时空的人都是这样子的水准。超能量曼哈努萨姆斯卡拉超残风爸爸，我还你原形。
2013的，
童年阴影汤马士小火车。
哦，那真的，所以才会变得各个的那个有的游戏 mod 都是用那个啊汤马士小火车的脸啊，然后你就会觉得 Oh my gosh。
这是什么新的召唤方式吗 ？W。乌拉巴哈，那个时候的召唤术。把石板还来。汤马士小火车有出类似的恐怖游戏没？
类似的恐怖游戏真假？
杀火车怪物的。
哦。
爱与希望和勇气。小红帽都来了 W。在我的回忆还有咕噜咕噜魔法阵
啊，
用闪亮的歌声开始现场演唱。
完了，我真的听不懂你们在说什么了，我都听不懂了，你们在说什么？难道这就是
游戏？查尔是小火车。好诶，宵夜来了，先暂离。
宵夜来
了，不是因为想看那只狼。
哦。听起来怪怪的，不可以色色。什么送图片啊？什么东西？我靠近了，等下看到。
看来我们有共同的音色呢。等等。
啊。
赶上关台 X。
赶上关台，然后你刚刚去哪里啦？
爸爸的电脑，吃拉面表情大笑。
吃拉面，这时候去吃拉面，这时间点吃拉面。去吃拉面，啊也是可以啊。台北，
不要偷开我的电脑 ！R， 我要来去洗澡了，吃饱了，吃饱了。
然后去洗澡吃饱了，啊，你吃饱洗澡很容易会胃胀哦。我先给你一个知识，因为血循的关系，你很容易会胀，你的胃会有可能会不舒服，所以我都建议说吃饱。然后休息个30分钟，让
半个小时是不是不要洗澡比较好？
对啊，不建议啊，因为血循的关系。
不要马上洗澡。
对啊，不要马上洗，因为你的血循会被拿走。真的，相信我，阿明。阿明，你该不会出发了吧？阿明。
消化不良。L3K。
不能啊，做一下，再做一下吧。不要马上洗，真的，除非你洗完澡再吃饭，那还可以。可是你吃饭完先洗，消化真的会变很差，很容易会有胃不适的状况。
会肚子痛哦。
都是啊，都是啊。
那如果吃饱了之后发生了会让血液集中在其他地方的事情的话，
我想一想，如果吃饱后发生
胃消化不良。
会不会那就是你的问题吧？你吃饱饭还想要做那一档事，那我就觉得你有问题了。我推荐使用全集中呼吸法，全集中。
只是说血液集中在别的地方没事。长篇道有连接。
有连接，长篇道有连接，哪里有连接？文保斯隐喻，对啊，为什么会有这个东东啊？这是什么？
那不是超容易会消化不良？
是吧？我是觉得那样子太黑暗了，是有半句话，那我是这什么意思？ 这使人产生新内心，产生超越纷扰里面的文化。哦。
吃饱了才有体力做更多的生命，古人思想。
不是吧？你吃饱完，你要让胃去消耗，消耗完之后再去小肠绒毛吸收那个养分，然后大肠吸收水分，然后你那些养分之后要送去给肝脏处理完，然后之后才会送去其他地方，把养分把那个 ATP。送去应该说把能量送去给细胞，然后就交给粒线体去产生 ATP， 产生那个 ATP 才会有力，才会有体力，才会有能量去产生更多生命。所以这个周期来讲需要一段时间 ，OK？ 不是立马吃饱完就立马有。
需求三角阶层的先后顺序罢了。
比例推荐打葡萄糖，可不是每个人那里。
是因为吃饱后没事做，所以想色色。
下一个。其实是甚至这样的，对啊，是没错啦。如果你按照那个需求理论来看，
你说的是马洛斯金字塔吗 ？W。
马洛斯金字塔吗？我有点忘记了，很多啊，我已经把心理学全忘了。我都把心理学还给老师了。
马斯洛吧。
马斯洛吧。马斯洛吧，马斯洛，它英文叫马斯洛，我们俗称马斯洛的人类5大需求层理论。对，然后生理安全、社会尊重、自我实现，就这样。以前你看那个读那个人类发展学这个一定要会写，这个不写直接扣20分啊。然后有的老师更机车，那边跟你细分说生理需求是指什么，那边就呼吸水。
的理论现在有
第6个，对，好像有，好像多了一个。可是那是马斯洛理论，多6个，不知道会不会变得别的理论。想想也没差。
之前写报告有看到，没什么意义。雄黄还在吗？
雄黄还在吗？不知道了。雄黄你还在吗？有人找你哦。
表情嘟嘴。他要杀你。
他要杀你啊？为什么？怎么忽然要杀人？
什么鬼？表情大笑。
对啊，什么鬼？
领口令。
啊？他不是哦。感谢视频的订阅赠送。Who is SUS？ 谁是狼呢？我也不知道。狙击。是哦。
不愧是4平爸爸，开枪啦！
对，4平爸爸在这边很准，可他在游戏里不准。他在游戏里打都不太准。我可以跟你们分享跟
都没做 RW。
我可以跟你们分享4平玩射击游戏会发生什么状况。No， 这样黑历史是不是？我先看一下这一台在干嘛。
分享黑历史可以促进熊熊们成长。
分享黑历史可以促进熊熊们成长。你说熊熊的黑历史？ 也没什么黑历史，还是你们想要听什么吗？
是专设队友吗？
不是，专设队友是另外一位。专设队友是另外一个，我可以跟你们讲专设队友那件事，因为他反正他们也没在看我台，然后也没在联络了。
这个笑话我收到外送了，不过他是本楼层住户，我还跑下去想取餐，结果他搭电梯到我家门口，我还多跑一段路。
那他怎么联系到你电话？说你好，我在家门口啊。
那夫人顶猎了吗？
我们还没，夫人还没。我先讲一下，分享一下那个各队友那个，就是你们知道一款游戏叫
拿外送
红彩6号吗？
还好
他手机有讯号，对啊，还好。等一下我去拿东西一下，我回来再分享。
外送员胖胖可爱吗？重点物。普通。这个连环敲 W， 趁熊不被狂暴。
OK， 这个连环敲，谁敲？哦，还敢连环敲啊！就是我看一下，1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13，目前13。然后就是不是有款游戏叫红彩6号吗？然后它里面就也有 TK 机制啊。然后有一次我也是跟，
现在知道我的感受了，不开心。
我没差，我很爱喝水啊，我没差。你可以不信，你可以问大姐头啊，我水鬼欸。你可以问大姐头啊，我可以直接把水壶的水喝光光啊。然后反正我继续讲那个，然后R6对，然后就有一次我们在玩一张地图，我们是防守方，然后他倒了，我去救他，救起来，我发现我死了，我就说嘿三小，我看明明就没有人，然后就是他把我杀死了，因为他觉得我是敌人，你们觉得够好笑吧？我刚救他起来，他就开了我一枪，他觉得我是敌人，然后我觉得这怪怪的。对啊，我就说，看，我在旁边摸你起来就直接赏我一发是怎样？哦，气死了！然后他连续2次做这种事情，我就没有再跟他玩了，气死了！什么事情都没，只被 TK， 还没救你，真是气死我了！所以这是 TK 的事情。
还好我已经退坑那款游戏了。
还好你已经退坑那款游戏了，它变蛮多的。我看比赛直播什么的，我觉得它变蛮多的。它有试图想要让新手天花板的新手难度拉低了，可是还是很硬核，比较可惜。
后面都在乱改，无法直视。
没办法啊，因为你不改东西的话，就无法吸引人进来了，就要有新的点子、新的玩法。
L4D3 不是也能打队友？
你说那个这些复仇，可以啊，可以打队友，可以啊，就是打队友蛮痛的啊。你可以想想看，一发狙击，一发散弹轰在队友身上。你可以问夫人啊，他就被我一发狙击打过啊。
B4B 还在等它大更新。
对啊，12月会大幅降低噩梦的难度了。他会直接把那个拉低。对，或者那个是，或者是那个天命的。
不敢给女王玩队友会一开始就被他射死。
应该还好啊，不至于的。不是，女皇也开不了，她电脑不行，相信我，她电脑开不了。或者那个是不是那个啊？天命迎来了那个黎明季节是吗？因为我看蛮多的人，我看蛮多人在直播那个黎明季节。
电脑真的那么差吗？
对啊，他是女皇的电脑是 Intel 世代，所以不能期望它会有很好的表现。虽然做文书机来讲是很够用啊，可是如果要跑快接摸到3A 的话，那没办法。
至少帮他掏个矿渣了。
可是矿渣你也是会遇到显卡问题啊，那这样子与其都要有显卡了，那我何不直接买一套整组的来？除非去蹲那个，也不是蹲就是去排那个 EVGA 的EVGA 的显卡，那是真低香，EVGA 真是大哥。
不一定排得到啊，哇啦！
就排啊，就一线希望嘛。起码它价格是合理的，就看你愿不愿意，就看你的需求了。有的人是觉得等到显卡再组一台电脑也不迟啊，就会有的人是这样的心态，有的人就觉得啊不对，我急需要点
80
在什么？
工具熊那张旧卡可以顶一下，井号。
工具熊顶一下，你说那一张那张收藏了啦，那张收藏，那个对我也很重要，我把它收藏了，对啊。对我而言很重要。我第一个算砸大钱吗？也不算，反正就是应该说第一个去排队买的卡，就是那时候显卡刚上，我那一天晚上去排队。
坏掉再换显卡。
等萤幕再坏掉再换显卡，可是不对吧？应该是等显卡换掉再换萤幕吧。因为就会有接口问题啊，你太新的显卡，萤幕接口不见得有用，这个必须得要注意的。就因为接 HDMI 有分 1.4、1.3，然后又有2.1，很多啦，那个多。
人的萤幕还在用 VGA。
对啊，很多很多公司都这样啊，很多公司都还在用 VGA 啊。对啊，VGA 就比我的萤幕就便宜吧。现在 VGA 的二手萤幕也是便宜到爆啊。就是那个解析度跟那个刷新率，你能不能去接受啊？能不能去接受是重点啊。像我就有想说要用第三个萤幕出来。因为双萤幕对我而言还是有点不够用。如果是
在仓库，我工作用的电脑还是用奔腾4，我快笑死。
哇，发热怪物奔腾4。刚刚看了韩国的明明是但是电脑幕却插蓝色就应该是没人去 care 那个细节吧。 等一下哦，先去分享一下东西。推哦，小。1点了耶，还太晚了，我差不多要关了。还有谁还在开啊？阿狗还在 case， 傻虎在楼。
开到吃早餐。
开到至少不行，我要上班啊。如果我明天没上班，
我连坏掉的滑鼠都不知为啥没丢抽屉一堆滑鼠 W。
抽屉一堆滑鼠坏掉其实蛮好修的。滑鼠跟键盘坏掉都还蛮好修的。
直播睡觉
不行啊，你这样是占资源啊。而且你知道退取开直播睡觉，你的条件是你的聊天室要有个 mode 可以帮你管聊天室啊，对不对？
滑鼠坏掉保护过我都换新的。
对啊，正常来讲都是换新的啦。我觉得开直播睡觉台很占资源。电脑都这样啊，所以我会觉得直播睡觉不太好啊，就是一来很麻烦，然后你被扳手关切也不太好。
直播睡觉不是应该要开？学我买一打当消耗品使用。G Pro Speed Light 很好用，快买井号。
很好用，快买井号。哦，你就这一颗哦。我有它的那个，你这个 Pro， 你这个是强化版，就轻量，再更轻量化。我有 G Pro 版的，我应该说我找一下，我有3颗滑鼠，就不同手感的。我有就是对，那个在哪？我有 G703 跟 S Pro， 就是 X Pro 的滑鼠，我是真的觉得它蛮好用。我它是一个还蛮。
我是键盘一次买2个，一个499。我几乎都用对称滑鼠。
对，几乎都用对称嘛。然后，那我给你的那个键盘就直接封存了吗？对吧？你都用对称居多嘛。然后我后面是有体验一下非对称，我是买了冰豹的那个 Koni 牌，这一颗我真的觉得很棒。这一个冰豹的这个它的那个那个中键那一个滚轮啊，真的很赞。然后你也不用担心说它会因为橡胶产生粘连或什么的。然后它的侧键很大颗，可是它的侧键就比较上面了，比较可惜。这个是比较可惜的。
400SHEROX2ZVSEG Pro Speedlight。我家键盘也好几年了 W。
G52 Hero 你 G52 Hero 就用2次哦，你的更换率那么高哦。你买到 S1 哦。Lowy 的
买最便宜的逻辑滑鼠，然后它会自然爆掉，就该换新的。因为 Hero 2颗都寿命好短。
对啊。Hero 好像在刚开始从 G52 变 Hero 的时候就有被爆说问题很多啊，寿命特短，
微动好烂，我快气死。
对啊，很多人抱怨这件事啊。我买最便宜的逻辑号，然后它就自然正常，因为便宜嘛。
后来我就换 Zombie。
我觉得逻辑的滑鼠，它唯一的弱就是弱在微动很差，微动的部分没有到很有优势， 应该这样讲，很容易有问题啊。我自己用了这几个下来，也可以感受到侧键。
大陆欧姆龙。
对啊，它是用大陆的欧姆，我觉得它不是用日本的，让我就有时候很困扰。所以在滑鼠方面，我觉得那个谁
是逻辑 K120，
我知道 K120 文书的啊。然后我会觉得说，
逻辑办公鼠就是那个橡胶损耗无解无法替换，微动到没啥碰到问题。
对啊，可是就是办公鼠都没关系，可是就是它是 G Pro 就是 G 系列，它是一个电竞牌，可是它却用这种微动，就是很不解啊。就是已经是个电竞牌了。
键盘汰换比较慢，耐用的不行。
耐用的不行。你们可以问夫人，我到底换了几个键盘？因为我都在试手感。我好像换了3个吧？3个吗？我从迎走跳到。干嘛？那个键盘是给你好不好？啊，那边跟我凶啊！好，这颗先收起来。我最后是换成现在用冰雹这个，然后我键盘现在是那个这个是小火车 HyperX 的60%的键盘，然后那时候
熊敲太大力吗 ？QQ
敲太大力吗？不是，我就一直在找手感这个问题，就是一直在找一个符合自己手感的键盘，然后以及它的做工。我很喜欢看那个韩国有一个人自己 DIY 做键盘，对，可 DIY 是个大坑啊。所以跳进去就势必要花很多钱，然后我到后面，因为每家键盘的做工都不一样，你甚至他们的脚位啊、高低啊，然后他们的线材啊，都是一个需要体验过后你才会知道的东西，因为一样的东西在别人的身上体验会不一样。
加茶轴用了6年。但今年看到海盗船 K100 光轴特价就忍不住了。
光轴，如果我是你，我也会跳光轴，对吧？光轴是真的说，缺点比较少，只是每一家光轴做的手感很不一样，这就是又是另外一个点。光轴是一个技术，可是它还可以改它里面的线性轴承啊。有的人光轴很像线性的，有的人光轴像轻轴，也就是一个点。然后我目前用的这个 HyperX 60% 键盘是他们自己改良红轴的键盘，我觉得它比樱桃红。
轴继续用，好想换 FC 系列，但好贵。
很贵啊 ，FC 超贵的好不好？而且有的 FC 那些热卖品是，如果你当下不抢的话。是没有的，有些是要用抢的，有些很屌的真的是要抢，游戏太贵了。这样子我应该会有其他观众说，迷你公三小，应该会有其他观众听不懂，没关系啊，就是有空再要开台教学嘛，教你新手如何选购键盘。如果你想要踏入电竞圈的话，也不是电竞，就是高级周边的话，对，网上会有很多开箱文可以看看，帮助会很多。可是有时候人家诉说的东西会跟你
需要更多工作换电脑物。
需要更多工作换电脑，这换电脑吗？确实啊。好吧，真的差不多要睡了，再拖下去，各位就那个了。阿米也差不多可以去洗澡了，阿米，你可以出发了。就开始准备好你的衣物去洗澡了。 好啦，那我这边画个截止线，我们就到这里就休息啦。好，那我应该直接关了吧？应该，因为我看这边
店好像又要换了，好脏。
消耗品，那是消耗品，相信我，你真的是消耗品。你没有，你不能奢求说一张
擦一堆汗垢
啊，正常啊，没办法，这真的是消耗品，相信我。好啦，那在这边跟大家说晚安啦，已经到15号的1点快半了。最近天气冷啊，然后又有大风下雨的，外出记得带雨伞啊，然后穿保暖一点啊，对不对？不要因为说自己很勇，
辛苦了啦。
对啊，然后不要说因为自己勇啊，然后就你末梢整个冰到一个爆炸，血循很重要，对，能尽量隔绝能对流气体就尽量吧。暖包可以啊，但是不要在睡觉时使用哦，那个会低温烫伤，那个无预警的很可怕。好，那在这边跟大家说晚安啦。有4个晚安，阿明晚安，熊熊的低温烫有低温烫伤啊，不唬你真的有。然后阿明晚安，然后熊熊的晚安。苏菲烫伤什么鬼？
晚安，工具共
是晚安，11晚安，还有谁？叶雄晚安，奶奶晚安。
难不成我每天低温烫伤？
我不知道。熊掌晚安，然后还有谁？奶奶晚安啊。可乐饼应该还在吧？
要注意有没有台风假？
应该很难吧？我觉得。我水喝完了我刚刚最后一波时我已经把水喝光了。然后熊猫晚安啊，可乐饼应该已经喝够了，我已经喝够了。然后可乐饼应该还在了，可乐饼晚安啊。对，布伦应该还在吧？布伦晚安。好啦，那我们就今天就到这了。谢谢。好，那祝各位有好梦啦。拜拜。